All right, and the very last filter I want to add is the shipping one, where essentially we'll set up the checkbox, and this is going to be tied to the free shipping. So once we click over here and we search, we only get the products where the shipping is free. And as you can see, I purposely tried to include as many options as possible, so that way, whenever you need to set it up in your own project, you already have a good idea how to set up the good old input, the select one, range one, as well as the checkbox. So let's navigate back. We're looking for the components in here. Let's go with the form checkbox. That's the name I picked. As far as the component, we're looking for, again, four things: label, then name, also default value, and also a size. Then let's work on the return. So in here, it's going to be a form control. So let's go to class name, form control. And I also want to add items in the center. I just think CSS looks better if we do it this way. So I'm going to go here with center. Then inside of it, we're going to again set up the label. We're going to set up the input. But in this case, of course, the input will be type checkbox. So let's go with label, HTML4. We're going to set it equal to name. Then also let's add the classes. We're looking for label, then cursor pointer in this case. And then inside of it, let's add that span. Let's add a few classes here as well. Label and hyphen text. Let's capitalize right away everything. And then inside of the span, yep, you guessed correctly, we want to display the label. Then here, we're going to go with input. Now, type is not going to be a text. We're going to look for checkbox. Name is equal to name. Then default, we're not looking actually for the value. We're looking for default checked. So that's the difference between the regular input and the checkbox input. Now, of course, we can rename this to default checked as well when we pass it in, but I just thought that it's better to stay consistent. And in here, yes, we're looking for default checked, but we're going to set it equal to default value. And then let's add a few classes here. Again, this will be dynamic. So we're going to look for checkbox. That's the first class. Then we want to go with checkbox primary. Let me find it over here. Checkbox and then primary. And after that, we want to go with that size. So let's set it up over here. And then we're going to navigate back to our filters. And right after the price, we're going to set up another one. And we're going to go with shipping here. So we're looking for the component of form checkbox. That's the one we want to grab. As far as the name, we're looking for the shipping. Then label, we're going to set it equal to free shipping. And then also, let's go with the size. And in my case, I'm going to set it up as checkbox and then small. Let me close it. If everything is correct, this is what we should see in the browser. And before we complete the filters, let's also add a global loading. Notice how we are navigating between the home and products. It just takes a little bit of time because even though we're fetching for all the products in the loader, well, it's not immediately there. And in my opinion, I think it's a better approach if we showcase to the user that, listen, we are waiting for those products to arrive. And what's really awesome, the Daisy UI has a bunch of loading spinners. And essentially, remember, we already set up one in the button. I believe it was in the submit button. And now basically I want to make a global one. Now the way we can set it up, remember we have this navigation and we were checking for submitting. Now actually I want to set up for the loading and I want to do it in one place. I want to do that in home layout. And then based on that value, either I'm going to display the loading spinner, whichever you decide to go with, or we're going to display the outlet. So let's set it up. I'm going to go here with components. I'm going to create a new one. I'm going to call this loading. let's set it up. I think we'll have to right away import. So let me copy and paste. And let's go with loading. Then in here, I'm going to go with following approach. So I'm going to make it screen height. However, it's going to be 100%, meaning it's going to follow the parent. Then we're going to go with flex. Let's place everything in the center. Then also justify content, and we'll set that equal to center. And then when it comes to loading, I went with this component. So I'm going to go with span, class name, loading, then loading, and I'm going to go with ring, and I'm going to make it large. So loading and then hyphen large. And then we want to navigate to the home layout. And in order to get the loading one, we want to go with use navigation. So not navigate, use navigation. And we also want to grab right away a loading one. So let's import. And then in here, let's set up the logic. So right above the return, we're going to have const, and we're looking for navigation. At least that's going to be my variable name. So use navigation. Let's invoke it. And then I'm going to construct a is page loading variable, and I'll set it equal to navigation, then state, and triple equals to a loading. So if we're loading, what do I want to do? Well, in here, instead of displaying the outlet, basically displaying the content of the page, I'll actually display the loading one. So if the page is loading, then we go with loading component. If not, then of course we display our section. So let me take this one out, and then let's add a colon and copy and paste. So now notice, as we navigate around our project, we actually have this nice loading spinner. And with this in place, now we can complete our filters component. All right, and once all the inputs are in place, now let's tie everything together. And as a result, we'll have our filtering. Now I'll purposely cover everything in one video, so just bear with me. For starters, we want to go back to the docs and we want to take a look how we can filter products. And essentially the idea is following. We go with the API products route, then we add the question mark, and then we can add these particular values. So we have one for search, category, company, order, price, and shipping. Now, they don't all have to be present. For example, you can just use search, but with our setup, that's going to be the case. Since again, that is the default behavior of HTML forms. And in here, essentially, we provide values for category, company, and rest of them. And also the same deal is going to be with the pagination, something we're going to cover later. So once we know how we can filter based on specific search param, now let's try it out. So we want to quickly navigate back to the Thunder client. I have my Comfy store. I'm going to use this one, the main one. We're going to duplicate. Let's go over here. Let's rename it. Let's say filter products, filter, and then products. And I guess let's just remove the featured one over here, and let's go with search. Now, again, we have multiple options. If you want, you can add those query params over here, or you can type them. So in this case, if I want to search for products where in the title there's S, I just need to add this value over here and check it out. The moment we make a request, this is what we get back. And actually we have 2 pages. And in here, notice we still get those companies and all that. So this is going to be search. Then let's say if I want to filter based on the company, let me just look for some value. So this is going to be for categories. Let me find the company. It's over here. So we want to go with company query value. And then as far as the value, I'm going to use this one. Basically, I'm going to hard code. Let's send it here. Now we're looking for the search as well as the company. And of course, now we're just getting these values over here. So we have 4 total. I can exclude the search. And now I'm getting all the values where the company is equal to this one. And as you can see, this is how we can filter. So with this in place now, let's navigate to our filters and let's see how we can add the query params to our request. And as I note, we're actually not looking for filters. We're looking for the product. So notice over here, we have this request one. So for starters, let's log it. Let's see what we've got over there. So I'm going to go over here with request. There's going to be a bunch of useful info, but there's one thing that we're specifically looking for. So in this console, we'll see over here this URL. So notice this is going to be the entire URL. And what's really interesting that we right away get these values. Now, by default, of course, they're not going to be there. Don't worry about it. So if I'm just going to go to a products page, the query params are not going to be there. But when it comes to a server, if we don't pass any values, the server just ignores it and just returns all of the products. So yes, this functionality is only going to start working when we make some kind of request. So for example, if I go here with chairs and click on search, notice how all of them get added. And for example, search one is empty. Again, don't worry about it. When it comes to server, if there's a missing query param or if the value is empty, the server just ignores it. Hopefully that is clear. So now let's take a look at the URL. Notice how we have all of these query params. So now our goal is to essentially add them to our request, because we can nicely pass it here to the URL bar. But our request, if we take a look at the network, is still going to be the same. Pretty much we're just looking for all of the products, correct? And as always, there are multiple ways how we can grab those values. You can actually try to do it manually. That's definitely an approach. Basically grab that URL, start splitting it up and all that cool stuff. However, there is a better and faster option, and that is using the new URL object, which basically is built into the JavaScript. So how is that going to look like? Well, let me show you the manual approach, basically where we get one by one, and then I'll show you I would call it one-liner. And don't worry, if that one-liner seems a little bit confusing, there's also explanation in the README. I'm telling you right away. So in here, we could go with a new variable. I'm going to go with params. And yes, I'm purposely using this name, and you'll see why in a second. Then let's go with the new URL. So we construct this new object. And in here, we right away pass in request and URL. So essentially, this new URL is going to allow us work with those query params because it has a bunch of useful methods. So for starters, we have this search. And as I know, we need to add dot since it's a method. So we're looking for search and then params, like so. Now, in order to get a specific one, we just need to provide the name. So for example, if I want to grab the search one, I'm going to go over here and I'm going to go with params dot get. Notice that's the method. And then, for example, we can go with search. Now, let me quickly log it just so you don't think that I'm messing with you. I'm going to use this one, the URL. And notice over here, now it says that there's nothing there. Why? Well, because I didn't add anything, correct? So now let me add some values here, make a search. And now this will be my search value. So it's definitely an option. You can go one by one and you can access them. However, there's also the entries method, and we can spread all of the entries, which is the iterator, and then we can run object from entries, which essentially is going to turn into the object. So long story short, this is what we could do. I'm still going to use the params name, so this is not going to change. However, we are going to construct our params in such a way where we're going to set up object dot from entries. So this is going to turn an array of arrays and set it into an object. Then inside of it, we're actually going to go with array. We're going to spread out the value of new URL. And then in here, let's provide a request URL. So pretty much the same deal. Then search params and then dot. And we're looking for entries, which returns that iterator and then spreads it out into an array of arrays. And if you take a look right now at the params, if we navigate back, if we log, check it out. Notice how we nicely right away grab all of the values. Now, again, if this looks iffy to you, just go back to README and notice over here you have a detailed explanation line by line of what's happening. So now let's navigate back to the product. And what's really awesome about Axios, we can right away add the entire object here in the request. So essentially, there is an option to add the query params in the Axios request. And what's really awesome, the name here is params. So basically, since this name matches the params, I'm just passing in the entire object. Now, of course, you can construct it one by one. You can go with params equals to an object and then set up again whichever parameter you want to use, but I purposely use the same name. So now this param is going to be equal to this object. So now I'm directly passing all of them in here. And you'll see that our functionality works. We will be able to actually filter products. But here's the gotcha. We won't be updating these values, correct? Because at the moment, we're not passing those params down. So let's just try it out, just so you don't think that I'm messing with you. Let's say with free shipping. Let's click over here and notice how I got 11 products. So as you can see, our logic works, but notice what happens when we refresh the page. Basically, we start from the scratch. And here's what we want to do. We want to grab those params and pass them back to the inputs and set them up as those default values. So in that case, actually, they will be in sync. So how we can do that? Well, for starters, let's go back to the product. We are nicely returning what? We are returning an object. So in here, we simply want to provide an extra property, which is going to be our params object. Then we want to go back to the filters. We want to destructure all of our query params. So search, company, all the way up to the price. And then remember those default values. So those are the ones that we're going to use. So in here, we're not looking for meta. We're actually looking for params. And then since there are quite a few values, let's just destructure them in a new line. So I'm going to go over here with params. First one is the search. Then I also want to look for company, category, then shipping, then also the order and the price. Now, the only gotcha, remember with the range input, we're not looking for default value. We're looking for that price. So let's go down the list. So for starters, we're looking for default value and we're going to set it equal to search. Then the same is going to be over here where default value is going to be equal to the category. Then we'll have one for company. After that, we have one for order. So default value, we'll go with order. Then we have this price one. And here we'll have to do an extra work. So price will be equal to price. That's our prop. And now let's navigate to our range one over here somewhere. This one. And then let's add the prop price. And instead of always using the max one, actually, let's use the price if it's present. If not, then we'll use the max price. Because remember, initially, when we navigated the page, of course, we won't have any query params. And then lastly, we have the checkbox, where again, and as I notice over here, I have the spelling bug. We want to go with default value, and we're going to set it equal to a shipping one. So now let's save. Let's navigate back. I'll start from the scratch. Basically, I'll remove all of the query params. We have nothing in here. And now, again, let me look for the products where the shipping is free. Let's search. I get these 11 products. And if, for example, I take this URL and I just pass it into the new tab, I'll still have these values in sync. So in my case, I'm just going to refresh and notice since the shipping here is on. And as I know, that's the thing with the checkboxes. Essentially, it means that this is true. If that's the case, then this value is also going to be true. And the same is going to work, for example, with tables. Now, I will remove the free shipping, not because you cannot use it together. You definitely can, but I don't have that many products there. So if you start using a bunch of them together, you most likely will get the response that, well, the server cannot find any products. So let me try it out over here with this category over here. Notice this is going to be for the tables. And then, for example, if I use this one, let's see, what do we get back? We still have all of them. So that means that pretty much this company is for all the tables. And if I search over here, notice now I have no products matched your search. Now, what about this reset one? Well, remember, if we take a look at the filters, basically what it is a link that goes back to the product. But notice how we don't have any query params over here, correct? So now if I go back to the browser and if I click on reset, I'll actually remove all of these query params. So instead of not getting any products, because server is not going to be able to find anything, we actually set everything back to the default since we have no query params. And with this in place, we're done with the filters component. And up next, we're going to start working on the pagination container. All right, and up next, let's start working on the pagination container. Now, like I said before, I'm going to show you two approaches. So in this container, we're pretty much going to display all of the pages since there are not that many. And then later in the orders, we'll take a look at another approach where essentially we just display a few pages at a time. Since otherwise, if we'll display all 14 pages, it's not going to look that good. Now, please keep in mind that the way we're going to set up both of the containers, you can use them interchangeably. So what I'm trying to say is once we're done with this pagination container, you can right away start using it in the orders as well. And let's first start by understanding how the server works. And essentially, we just need to add this page query param, and we need to provide some kind of value. And I think it's going to be easier if we just test it out. Now let me again copy this one. So duplicate, and effectively I want to rename it right away. So I'll say paginate product. And basically, again, we just want to add this page and let's set some kind of value. Now I'm going to go with 3 just so you can see that we're going to get only 2 products. So in the meta, you'll see the pagination, and this will be the value we're requesting. So in our case, it's page 3. Then this will be a page size, which in my case is 10. And then we also have the page count. So how many pages? So since I have 22 products total, it gets divided in 3 pages. And then the last one only has 2 items. And once we have successfully tested out the request in the Thunder client, now let's navigate to the pagination container. And for starters, let's grab 3 things from React Router DOM. And this is going to be the case where I will speed this up. And as a side note, in the first video, I'll just render stuff on a screen, basically all of the buttons. And then in the following video, that's when we are going to set up the functionality. For starters, in order to grab all of the info we need to again access the meta. And that's why we need the use loader data. Let's invoke this. Then we're looking for the page count and page. So how many pages total and what is the current page? So I'm going to destructure this in a new line. Let's go with page count and then also page. And we're going to set it equal to meta and then pagination over here. After that, I'm going to use again array.from to construct my pages. So page count is basically going to give me a number, how many pages. And I'm going to use that number in order to create an array. And in there, I'm going to store those indexes. How's that going to look like? Well, I'm going to go with pages, then array.from, something we already used before. Then let's set up the length. That will be equal to the page count. Again, remember there is this callback function we can use. And again, I don't care about the actual value. I care about the index. And as far as what we want to return from the callback function, well, we're going to go with index +1. Since I don't want to display a button with the value of 0. I want to start with 1. Then eventually we'll set up the logic for handle page change. But for now, we'll just log the number we're passing in. So in my case, I went with handle page change. And in here, the parameter name is going to be number. And for now, I just want to log this number. So let me go with console log and then page number. That's it. And before we set up the entire return, I also want to return null if, let's say, there are not that many pages. So in this case, I have 3 pages, pretty much, if I'm grabbing all of the product. But what if I have only 1 page? In my opinion, there's no point to display the container altogether. And in order to do that, I'm just going to go with if and then page count. And if it's less than 2, well, then simply return nothing. Basically, we won't display the container altogether. And now let's work on the return if we have more pages. For starters, let's add some classes here. I'm going to go with margin top and set it equal to 16. I'm going to go with flex and I'm going to place it on the right hand side. So we're going to go here with justify end. Now inside it, I'm going to use the element from Daisy and it's called join. So we're going to go here with div. We'll add a class of join. And then for starters, like I said, we just want to display those buttons. So I'm going to start with the prev. Then we're going to iterate over our array, our pages one, and then we'll display next as well. Or we might go with prev and next and then the pages. We'll see. So let me go here with a few classes. I'm looking for btn. Now I'm going to start with the extra small one. That's going to be the default one. And then once we get to the small screen, I'll actually switch to a medium. I'll make them bigger. And we do want to add this join item over here. And again, eventually there will be more logic. For now, we just want to add prev, basically a text. And as far as the on click, let's pass in the callback. And then let's invoke the handle page change. Now, as far as the number, well, let's just go with 1. Again, it doesn't really matter what we pass in because we'll do some calculations a little bit later anyway. So therefore, you know what? Let me just go with prev here. Why not? Then let's grab this button, copy and paste, and pretty much everything stays the same. We just need to change the value over here. So this won't be prev, it's actually going to be next. And then we'll also change the string we're passing in. Of course, temporary. Later, there's going to be more logic. And now let's iterate over the pages. And for every page, we want to pretty much return a button as well. So we want to go here with pages, which we constructed with array.from. And we want to pass in the page number. And when it comes to a logic, we want to go with the return. We want to return a button. And when we click, same deal. We want to invoke handle page change. Now, in this case, though, we'll right away pass in the actual page number. Again, remember, this is basically going to be an array of numbers. So, unlike previously where we returned the string, now we actually want to go with on click. Then let's pass in the callback function. And in here, let's invoke handle page change and let's provide the page number. Now, since we have a list, we also need to add, for example, a key. And we'll set it equal to page number. Then also we want to add some classes, but there's going to be a different setup if it's the active button. And therefore, of course, it's going to be dynamic. So before we do that, let me add here the page number. And now let's set up those dynamic classes. So this will be my button. Right after on click, I actually want to go with class name. Let's go with the curlies. And in here, we want to go with button, then button extra small. Then let's set up, once we get to the medium, we're going to go with btn and then medium. Then border, we're actually going to remove it. So border none. Then remember join item. And now we want to set up those dynamic classes. So let me look for $, then curlies. And essentially in here, we want to go with page number if the page number matches the current page, then essentially it's the active button. And if that's the case, we want to add some styles. So if it's not the case, then we'll just return empty. If it is the case, then we'll go with background, then base, then 300. And we also set up the border base to be equal to 300. Let me save it. Now let me see what we've got. Let's scroll down and notice. So this is going to be the look. So at the moment, we're just logging what we've got. So if I take a look at the console, notice, so there's definitely 1 for 1 as well. Should be, yep. So we have 1, 2, 3, and then we have pre and next. So in the following video, we'll set up the logic for the handle page change. Okay. And once we have the channel set up in place, now let's work on this handle page. And essentially our idea is exactly the same like with filters. Once we click on a button, we want to take that page number and add it to the query string. And when it comes to prev and next, we simply want to calculate the current page and then either subtract or add. And we'll need to do a little bit more logic because we don't want to display a page that doesn't exist. And then again, add that page to the query string. And in order to do that, we're going to use this use navigate. Basically, once we click on a button, we'll navigate back to the products, but already with the new query string. And in order to nicely add that query string to the existing ones, so again, we don't want to overwrite the ones that we have in the filters, we're going to use the search and path name, which are located in the use location. So since I have both of them over here, the imports for the hooks, I just want to navigate where I have the handle page change, and I want to destructure 2 things out. So search and path name is going to be coming from use, not loader data, my bad. So we're looking for use location. That's the hook name. And then as far as the navigate, we need to set up the variable, and then we want to invoke use navigate. So this is not use navigation. We're not checking for the state, whether that's loading, submitting, and all that. No, when we click on a button, we want to invoke navigate. Let's save it over here. And you know what? Why don't we start, just like always, by logging these 2 values? Because I think it's going to help us later on. So let's go here with search. Then let's also copy and paste. And let's go with path and then name. And yes, both of them are right away provided by React Router DOM. So now let me navigate back to the browser. Let me refresh. And of course, we need to click on one of the buttons. And notice over here, so basically this is going to be empty because we don't have any search params. And then we have the path name, the / product. So let me just add something here. So I'm going to go with free shipping. And then let's say I'm going to go with the highest price. Let me click on search. And now let me click again on one of the buttons and notice something interesting. So path name basically is going to point back to the products page. And then in here, where we have the search, we have the entire query param string. So now, of course, we want to use the navigate. We want to inject there the path name. And we'll also use the new URL search params. And essentially, we'll turn this into a string. So long story short, I'm going to take this query string and I'm going to pass it into URL search params. And essentially this object is just going to give me a bunch of useful methods. Now the one that I'm looking for is actually set. So let's go here with the new variable. I'm going to call this search and then params. And I'm going to set it equal to new URL search params. Let's pass in the search. So that query. And then it has a method of set. So I can go with search params set. And what do I want to add? Well, the page, correct? So now we just go here with the page. And yes, the name needs to be page. And we just provide the page number. So now we're just adding this to the existing query params. And once we are done, now we want to take navigate. And then we want to just direct the user back to the product. However, with the search params and we want to turn it into a string. So let's construct it over here. So first we want to access the path. So we go here with the path name, then we add the question mark. And in this case, we want to grab the search params and we want to use the toString and invoke it over here. So now if we take a look, I have 2 pages over here and 11 products. So if everything is correct, I'm still going to keep this query string. However, I'm going to have 1 product because now I make the request. And notice over here, I nicely get back the second page. Now we still need to work on prev and next. And the most basic logic is following, where we can just set up a new variable. In my case, I'm going to call this let prev and then page, and I'll set it equal to page -1. But keep in mind that at some point I'm going to run out of the valid pages. If I'm already on a page number 1, if I'm going to subtract it, it's going to be 0. So at this point, we have multiple options. You can either go with the first page, so it's never going to be less than the first page, or you can just go with the last one. And that's going to be my approach. So I'm going to go with if prev page is less than 1, then I'm just going to set the prev page equals to a page count. And instead of this silly string, I'm going to pass the prev page. And of course, when it comes to the next, it's the same deal. We just want to change the logic. So in this case, we're not subtracting. We'll actually go with next. And you know what, as a side note, let me just rename it in all places. So next page is page +1. However, as far as the condition, we're not going to be checking for less than 1. We're going to say page count. So if the next page is bigger than the last page, well, then it doesn't make sense. So again, either we set it equal to the last page, or we just set it equal to the first page, which again is going to be my approach. So now let's check it out. We're going to go here with next page. Let's navigate back. I guess I'm just going to reset my filters. Notice over here, I have 3 pages. So now let me show you that if we go to the second page, of course, we'll get different values. And if we navigate to the third one, we're going to have 2 products. And of course, the same works if we go with prev and next. Now we have second page, then we have first one, and then we navigate to the last one. And the same deal here with the next. And with this in place, we're done with pagination container, the basic setup where we display all of the pages. And up next, we can start working on the cart page. Okay, and up next, let's start working on the cart page. And actually, the first thing we're going to do is to configure Redux Toolkit. Now, for the most part, at least in my opinion, when we use the latest version of React Router DOM, there's actually very little need for state management libraries, since we can nicely set up all our logic in the root page and pass everything down with the context prop. But since I really enjoy using Redux Toolkit, I will use this approach instead. So for starters, we want to navigate back to our project and we're looking for the source. And in here, we want to create features, then cart, and then cart slice. And yes, of course, during this video, we'll also add all of the logic in the main JSX. Now, I'll also right away add React Toastify for a few reasons. First of all, we will use it in the Redux Toolkit, basically in our slice. And also, since we're working in the main JSX, we might as well knock both of them out. Again, if you need a reference, please go to a README. And basically, this is what we're trying to do. I also highly encourage to copy these values from the README. A, it's going to be faster. B, you'll just avoid some unnecessary bugs. So here in the source, let's create a new folder. I'm going to call this features, and then I'll set up the cart. And then inside of this cart, I'm going to go with new file, and I'm going to call this cart slice. So this is where we're going to have all of our cart logic. And we want to import two things, create slice as well as the toast. And you know what? Yep, I'm in the mood for speeding this up. So I'll grab both of these imports as well as this default state, and I'll cover what we have over here in a second. So copy and paste over here, make sure you have no bugs. And then as far as the default state, notice cart items is going to be empty array. This is going to be number of items in the cart. By default, of course, it's going to be 0. Then cart total. And this is going to be number of cart items multiplied by that specific price. Then shipping, since again, we're working in cents, this is going to be 500. So that is $5. Then what is the tax? Basically, this is going to be some kind of value, whether that is 10% or 20% tax multiplied by the cart total. And then order total is essentially going to be all of them combined. Now, why do we have such approach? Well, because we'll have this component where we want to display that for one. So it's going to be very easy to set up if we have already all of those values in place. And also in the checkout, when we want to place our order, it's going to be super easy to grab those values. And that's why we're kind of setting everything up over here in the cart slice. So this is going to be my default state. Also, please keep in mind, if we use this object later, when, for example, we want to clear everything once we're done with the order, it's going to be very easy to set everything back to the default values. So in here, let's create that cart slice. So that is going to be equal to create slice. Then we want to pass in the object. And as far as the name, I'm going to go with cart. As a side note, there's also going to be one slice for the user. So that is coming up. And then remember, we have this initial state. And for now, I'm just going to set it equal to default state. Also, please keep in mind that yes, we'll use local storage. So this code is going to change a little bit. And I will right away set up all of my reducers. Now, we won't add any logic, but at least we'll have some placeholders. Because when it comes to cart, what do we want to do? We want to add the item, we want to clear the cart, we want to remove the item, and we also want to edit the item, correct? So let's go here with add item. That's going to be my reducer, and I'll right away access the state. And I also want to get the action. And since we're going to work on add item first, I'm going to log the action and payload. So for the rest of them, we'll do a little bit differently. Basically, we'll do that once we are done with add item. But this one, since we'll pass it into a single product and I want to see whether everything works, that's why we'll just log it over here. Then, like I said, we also have one to clear the cart. That's going to be my reducer. In here, we just want to access the state. For now, it will be empty. And then let's copy and paste. We'll add over here a remove item. Now, in here, we'll also need a payload. And that is located in the action. That's why we'll add it over here. And then lastly, we have edit item. And then again, we can go with action over here. So once we have the setup for the reducers, let's also right away set up those actions so we can use it all throughout our project. And remember, basically, we want to go with export const, add item, and we want to set it equal to our cart slice dot and actions. And then one by one, let's access them. So now we're looking for clear cart. Then we want to grab the remove item, and then we want to go with edit item. Let's save it. And lastly, we want to export as default the cart slice and then dot and reducer. So with this in place, now we can create a new file in source. And in my case, I'm going to call this store.js. In here, we want to configure the store. So import configure the store. Yep, that's the function from Redux Toolkit. And we also want to grab that cart reducer. So import cart reducer, and that is coming from the cart slice. Now, for some reason, it gives me this cart slice one. So let me just rename it. I'm going to call this cart reducer. It's coming still from the cart slice. And now we want to export the store. So export const store, and let's set it equal to configure store. And in here, we're going to go with reducer. And inside of the reducer, we're going to have the cart. And in my case, I'm going to call this cart state. So whenever I need to access, I'm going to use this cart state. And that is equal to my cart reducer. And lastly, we want to navigate to main JSX. And like I said, I want to add both of those things. I want to add the Toastify since we're going to use it. And we also want to add the provider and set up the store in there. Now, remember with Toastify, we actually want to do it before index CSS. Now, we're not going to add any classes, but just in case, let's go with the proper import. So we're looking for string. Then we're going to name this React Toastify, then /. Then we want to go with dist folder. And then we're looking for React and then Toastify CSS. Hopefully I spelled this correctly. And then we also want to grab, of course, the toast container, store, and then the provider. So let's import, and you know what, let me place it after my index over here. Let me grab the toast container over here, okay? And that should do it. Then also we want to grab the store. So store is basically coming from the store.js. And then lastly, we also need a provider. So import, and we're looking for provider coming from React Redux. Now let's go over here. Let's wrap everything in the provider. Remember, it has the store prop, and we want to set it equal to the store. And then somewhere here, again, doesn't really matter where, we want to go with toast container, and then we're going to go with position top and hyphen center. At least that's going to be my position. Let me close my toast container. And if everything works, if we have no bugs, then we should be in good shape. So now let me inspect. Let me look for Redux right away and check it out. So this will be my cart state. And at the moment, of course, I have all of the default values. And with this in place, we can start working on add product functionality. All right, and up next, let's start working on add product to cart functionality. And the first thing we want to do is go to single product and dispatch add item, an action we just created. And of course, we want to pass the values. So in there, we want to pass in the price, the amount, and all of that cool stuff. So for starters, let's navigate right now to our single product page over here. And we want to import right away two things. We want to grab the use dispatch, and we also want to grab that add item. So those are the two imports we're looking for. So use dispatch, that's going to be our hook from React Redux. And we also want to grab the second thing, which is going to be add item. And this is coming from features, then cart, and cart slice. So once I have these two in place, we're not going to work in the loader. So we're going to go here after handle amount. And now let's first set up the dispatch. So we're looking for some kind of variable, and we want to go with use dispatch. And up next, I actually want to set up a function which we're going to invoke once we click on add to back. Because at the moment, we're just logging stuff, correct? And if you remember, I mentioned previously that actually I do want to treat the same product with a different color as a separate item. And in order to do that, we're going to create the cart ID. But that cart ID is going to be product ID plus the product color. So I'm going to combine the two. Now, if I inspect and if I take a look at the Redux DevTools, notice over here, so I'm going to have my cart items. It's going to be an array. And then notice, so I have the same product ID, but I'm adding a different color. And as a result, of course, they will be as separate items in the cart. At least that's my approach. So why am I telling you that? Because we will pass a pretty big object in that add item, basically as a payload. So I actually want to construct it first. So yes, I have the dispatch and we'll use it in a second. But before we do that, let me construct a object which we're going to pass in. So I'm going to call this cart product, and it's just going to be an object. And one by one, let's set up the properties. Like I said, I'm going to go with cart ID, which actually is going to be product.id plus the product color. So whichever color was selected. And of course, if that item is already in a cart, then we'll just add the amount. But we'll always be able to find the exact item. Then as far as the product ID, we'll still pass it in, but I'm just going to change the property. Please keep in mind that basically this cart ID will just use it in a front-end application. And then of course, once we send it back to the server, effectively the most important one is going to be the product ID. So let's go here with product ID. Then we want to pass in the image. So I'm just accessing from the attributes over here. Then also we want to grab the title. We want to set up the price, the company, and also we have these two state values. So these are the ones that we're actually changing here on the fly, correct? So let's add these two as well. So product color as well as the company. Let's save it. And then now let's set up the add to cart function. So const add to cart. That's going to be my function. We're not going to look for any params. And as far as the functionality, here's what we want to do. Let's dispatch. Then we want to pass in the action, the add item one. And then I'll pass this basically as a object, my payload. And I'm going to go with product and I'll set it equal to the cart product. And with this in place, now I just need to go here where I have the button and let's invoke it. So let's go with add to cart. So not add item. We're looking for add to cart. And if we navigate back to the browser, we'll notice something very, very interesting. So first of all, let me just refresh just so we can stay on the safe side. Then let's navigate to one of the products. I guess I'm going to go with this one. And again, we're not going to see anything here in the Redux state, but in the console, we should see a product. So in the payload, which we're logging, notice over here, we have the product. And as far as the properties, we've got cart ID all the way to a title. And essentially in the following videos, we're going to set up rest of the logic where we will add this item to the cart items, where we'll remove it, clear it, and all that cool stuff. And once we can successfully access the product that we're passing from the single product page in our add item reducer, now let's complete that functionality. And also, you know what? Let's right away display how many items we have in the cart. Because at the moment, of course, we're hard coding. As a side note, I believe in the last video, I made a small typo where essentially I had two company values. Of course, the last one here is the amount. So let me just first start, I guess, by navigating to components and let's recall how we can access the values from the Redux toolkit. So here in the navbar, essentially I want to grab the use selector and then I want to access the num items in a cart, which of course is located in the cart state. Now, like I mentioned previously, essentially we will remove this functionality once we create a user feature. So you know what? I'll actually do it right after the use effect and all that. I'm just going to come up with some kind of variable. In this case, I'm going to go with num items in cart. And I'm going to set it equal to use selector. So we import that. Then remember, in the function, we have access to the state. And what we're really looking for is the state dot, then cart state. And then also dot, and then num items in cart. So let me save it here. Then let's scroll down and remember over here we're hard coding. So now, of course, we just want to go num items in the cart. And if everything is correct, we should have 0. Okay, good. Then let's navigate back to the cart slice and set up pretty much the entire logic. So in here, in the add item, for starters, I want to structure the product. the one that's located in the payload. So I'm going to go over here. I'll say product, and I'll set it equal to action and payload. So we grab the product, and then we want to find the item in the cart. So if the cart ID matches to one of the items, then I want to just increase the amount of items I have in a cart. If not, then of course we want to add it to the cart as a new item. So let's go here with const item and state, then cart items. We're going to use a find method, and then in the callback function, I'll reference each and every item as I. And I'll say if item cart ID matches the product cart ID. Well, in that case, the item is in the cart. So in here, let's set up if else. So if item exists, then what do we want to do? We're just going to go with item amount, because each and every item has that amount property. And we just want to go with plus equals, we add the value, and we want to go with product amount. Now, if it's not the case, if there is no item, then of course we want to go with state, then cart items dot, and then since Redux Toolkit is doing a bunch of cool things behind the scenes, we can directly use push, and we can just pass in the product. So that's the first thing. Now, once we have added this item to the cart, or once we have just increased the amount, we still need to do quite a few things. We need to update the totals. We need to set up the order total. We need to also store it in local storage. And we also want to set up the toast. So let's do everything step by step. And just please keep in mind that in the following video, we will refactor some code, and essentially we will create a new reducer. So yes, in this video, we'll do everything the long way, and then in the following video, we'll actually remove some lines of code and place it in a separate reducer. So for starters, let's go with num items. So num items in the cart. And then in here, I just want to go with plus equals and then the product amount. So this is going to be basically regardless of whether the item is in the cart or not. So notice over here, I'm just adding this to the item. But when it comes to totals, regardless, I always want to go with plus equals product amount. Then we want to also calculate the cart total. And this one is going to be very similar. The only difference, we're going to go with product price multiplied by the product and then dot amount. Not action, sorry, amount. Then let's also calculate the tax. And in this case, essentially, I'm going to do it this way, where I'm going to hard code as 0.1, but you can always change this tax value, and you can also essentially store it here as a constant. So this means 10% right now. And then we want to go with state and cart total. So we multiply the tax amount with the cart total, and essentially we get how much money we need to pay in taxes. And then also let's calculate the order total. So order total essentially is going to be state, then dot, and my apologies. So state here dot, then we're looking for cart total plus state dot, then shipping, which essentially we're hard coding over here. So this one always will be those $5. And then we also want to go with state and tax. So we add all of these things together. And now let's talk about local storage. So of course we do want to save it, because otherwise, yeah, we can nicely add it to the cart, but every time we'll pretty much refresh the page, that info won't be stored, correct? Now, keep in mind though, we're just saving it in local storage. So we'll still have a few issues. Those ones we'll fix in the following video. So in here, we want to go with local storage, set item, and essentially I'm going to name my item cart. And then we want to go with JSON stringify. And actually, we want to pass in the entire cart. So not just the cart items. Since we have the totals, the taxes, and all that, we want to save all of it in there. So I'm going to go with my state. And then at the very end, we have the toast. We already set up the library, so we can simply go with those success and then item added to cart. Let's save this and now let's test it out. So I'm going to navigate over here, check it out. I have item added to the cart. And if everything is correct, I should see that in 2 places. So I'm going to see it here. Notice now my cart items is an array. And of course, I have only num items in a cart equals to 1, since my amount is 1. But for example, if I'm going to pick a different color and if I'm going to go with, I don't know, 10 items, then once I add it to the cart, you'll notice 2 things. So first of all, we have 2 items in a cart. And of course, our total right now is 11. So that's our Redux state. Now also, if we take a look, notice over here, so we have cart and pretty much the same deal. So this is going to be the same info. Now again, we're not accessing that value yet. Therefore, once I refresh, this one actually goes back to 0 because in the Redux state, we start from the scratch. But we do have nicely these values in local storage. So in the following video, we'll do 2 things. We will refactor our code just so we don't have to repeat ourselves. And also we will access the local storage right away when we start up the application. Okay. And once we have the initial functionality for add item, now let's do 2 extra things. First, let's grab the values from the local storage right away. And let's set them up as our initial state. So that way, of course, we're going to persist the value. And also, let's decide which lines of code we can actually reuse in the other reducers as well. And in the process, basically remove some redundancy. Now, when it comes to the local storage, the idea is exactly the same like we already worked with the theme. So we just need to come up with some kind of function. In my case, I'm going to go with get cart from local and then storage. That's my function. And as far as the logic, I'm just going to return. Then we want to go with JSON and then parse. We want to look for the local storage. And as I know, the reason why we want to parse is because we're storing it as string since we have an object and we cannot do that. So in here, let's go with cart. And then if there's no value, we simply want to go with default state. And now where we have the initial state, we're going to invoke get cart from local storage. So now let me save and navigate back to the application. I want to clear out everything from the local storage just so we can start from the scratch. As you can see, I have 0 right now. But if I add some items to the cart, let's say 5 over here, of course, I see the latest value, but what's really awesome is that even once I refresh, I'm still persisting the value. And the same case is going to be if I take a look at my Redux DevTools and take a look at the state. Of course, I have 5 items in there. Then let's keep on moving. And as far as refactoring, well, technically, you can set these lines of code in a separate reducer as well. Just keep in mind that in that case, you need to start passing in some parameters. And at least in my opinion, that's not really making your application easier to read and manage. Now, of course, that is only my preference. If, for example, you do decide to create your application in such a way, no one is stopping you. Now, what lines can we actually reuse in the remove item and edit item? And why I'm excluding the clear cart? Well, simply because usually when you're clearing something, it's pretty straightforward. In this case, we're just going to return the default state. And also we are going to save the default state in the local storage. So usually when you're clearing something, there's not much to it. However, we will reuse these 3 lines of code in a remove item and edit item. And therefore, long story short, we want to create a new reducer. Now, what is going to be the name? Well, in my case, I'm going to go with calculate totals. Now, it's still going to be a reducer, but now $1,000,000 question, how we can call this calculate totals in one of the reducers. So we already know how to dispatch it in one of the components, correct? But how are we going to invoke it here? Because I want to invoke it in add item, the remove item, and edit item. Well, we actually need to access this cart slice, and it has this method of case reducers. And then we look for the specific reducer. So for starters, like I said, we can reuse these 3 lines of code. So tax, order total, and local storage. So all of them we will need, and all of them we can just nicely place here in the calculate totals. And in order to invoke it, we want to go with the cart slice dot, then case reducers dot, and then notice we have our options and we're looking for calculate totals. But there is a big gotcha where, since we're not dispatching this from the components, we actually need to pass in the state. So basically this will be the state that we have over here in this add item. So we pass it here. And of course we do need to set it up as a parameter as well. And then, yes, you can pass here the payload and you can access it. That's why I said that technically you can add these lines of code as well. But just keep in mind, in remove item and edit item, the logic is going to be different. So in the calculate totals, not only you'll need to pass what are you trying to do, whether that is to add the item, remove the item, or edit the item, but you will also need to pass in the product. So that's why, in my opinion, once you start passing in a bunch of parameters, at least I don't see how that makes the application easier to read. Yeah, if you have straight up lines of code that you're just reusing, definitely code calculate totals, make sure you pass in the state, make sure you access it over here. And as a result, every time you'll need to calculate totals and save the cart in local storage, well, you just need to invoke calculate totals. So in the process, we already learned also how we can access the reducers inside of the other reducer. Hopefully that makes sense. So now let me navigate back. I guess, again, I'm just going to wipe it. Maybe not the entire local storage. I'm just going to remove the cart. Let me refresh. I just want to make sure that everything works as far as the logic. Let me go with 3 over here. And then let me select a different color, add to bag. And yep, I have 13 over here. So it looks like the functionality is working. And I also have over here 2 items. And then once I refresh, I still have all of these values. And with this in place, now we can start working on clear cart, remove item, and edit item reducers. All right. And while we're still on a roll, while we're still located in the cart slice, why don't we also complete the clear cart, remove item, and edit item? Yes, it's going to be tougher since essentially we cannot test right away everything, but also keep in mind, we can always come back once we display the cart items, and if something doesn't work, this is a nice practice to essentially look for bugs and come up with the solutions. So let's navigate to cart slice. Let's keep on moving, and we want to focus on these 3 suckers over here. Like I mentioned before, when it comes to clearing the cart or any clear functionality, it's usually, again, I'm going to emphasize this, usually the logic is somewhat straightforward. In this case, what do I want to do? Well, in the local storage, I have that cart item, correct. And instead of saving the state, I just want to go with JSON, then stringify, and I'm going to stringify the default state. So I'm not going to remove the items from the local storage. Essentially, I'm just going to overwrite it, and I'm going to overwrite with those default values. And when it comes to the reducer, we simply want to go with return, default, and state. And now this will be the new value of the state. Basically, whatever we return is going to be that new value. So that should do it. Now let's talk about remove item. So in here, I know that I'm going to pass in the object, and in there, I'm going to pass cart ID. So I'll write away the structure. I'll say cart ID. And in here, let's go with action dot payload. So that's going to be located over here. And first, I want to find the item in the cart. Now, in this case, I'm going to call this product because I'll need to access those values a little bit later as well. So in here, I'm going to go with state dot then cart items. And essentially, we want to go with find. Again, I'm going to reference this as I. And we're just going to go with I dot and then cart ID is equal to the cart ID. So I find the product. And yes, of course, since I'm removing the item, as long as I'm passing in the ID, everything should be correct. The item should be in the cart. So before we set up the num items and cart total, I actually want to remove that item from the cart. And in order to do that, I'll actually go with the filter. So in here, let's go with state, and we're looking for cart items. So that's the state value, cart items, and we're going to set it equal to state dot cart items. We're going to use the filter method. And in here, again, we're going to go with I over here. I'll reference each and every item as I. And then we're going to look for item where the cart ID doesn't match. So those ones will be returned. Again, we have done that quite a few times in the course, so I'm pretty sure that we are on the same page. So cart ID over here. So only the items whose ID doesn't match, they will be returned. So the one whose ID matches, well, that one will be removed essentially from the array. And now let's do our calculations. So the idea is almost the same, but of course, since we are removing the item, I want to subtract. I want to subtract the product amount, and I also want to subtract the product price multiplied by the amount from the cart total. So in order to speed this up, I'll just grab these two lines of code, and instead of plus, we want to subtract. And then remember, we have the calculate totals, and also we have a toast over here. So we can grab these two lines of code as well. So in here, yes, we're pretty much performing the same functionality. Nothing changes. But when it comes to a toast, I guess let's just go with error, but this is totally a preference. Technically, you don't have to display the error when the item gets removed. So we're going to go here, item removed from cart. And now let's work on edit item, which as a side note usually is the toughest one. So let me go here with edit item. In here, we're looking for two things. We're looking for cart ID and also the amount. Because when it comes to edit, actually we're going to call it over here once we change the amount. So essentially, not only I need the cart ID value, but I also need, well, what is going to be the new amount? And therefore, in here, we're going to go to const cart ID. Also, we're going to grab the amount, and that is coming from the action and payload. So action dot and payload. Now, as far as the logic, again, we're looking for specific item. So I'm just going to speed this up by grabbing this line of code. So state cart items, find me the item. And now once I have the item, I'm going to set up the logic. And the logic is going to be somewhat interesting, where essentially I'm not going to be looking whether the value is bigger than the current one or less than current one. Actually, we're going to use some pretty cool math. So we're going to go over here with state dot num items in the cart. So now again, we want to update the num of items in the cart, and we're going to go with plus, but remember the amount. So this will be the new amount minus the item and amount. So think about it. If the value is bigger, the new amount, we're going to subtract the new one, and we're just going to add it to num of items in a cart. So if the current amount is 2 and I'm passing in the 3, then 3 minus 2 is going to be what? 1, correct? So we just add it to num of items in the cart. Now, if the new value is less, well, then we go here with, let's say, 1, and then this is 2. So 1 minus 2 is going to be what? It's going to be minus 1. However, we're still adding this. So essentially the value will be still correct. It's going to be 7. Hopefully that is clear. And I'm going to add some extra info in the README as well. So just in case you're still confused, please reference the README. Now, when it comes to the cart total, we want to go over here. And again, we're going to go with plus equals. Then we're going to set up the item price multiplied. And again, we need to do that logic where amount minus item amount. And I'm not going to repeat pretty much what I just said. So again, the logic is exactly the same. We're just looking for item amount. And then we want to update the item amount. So again, we're not talking about right now the actual state value. I'm talking about that item inside of the cart items, where essentially I want to go with item.amount is equal to amount. And yes, this line of code needs to be after these two. Because of course, if we'll set the item amount equals to the new amount right away, well then this logic is not going to work because we still need the access to the old amount value. And then same deal, we want to go over here. It's going to be, I guess, success. Why not? And we're still calculating the totals. And when it comes to message, I'm just going to say cart updated. This should do it. I know we cannot test it, but don't worry, once we set up the cart item component, we'll be able to pass in the values, invoke it, and we'll see whether everything works. Now, before I let you go, I actually noticed that I'm not using this variable, and it's because I have a bug. I can see right away. So in here, essentially, we're looking for the cart ID and whether it matches the cart ID, which we're grabbing from the payload. And with this in place, we can move on to the next step. All right, we're pretty much done with the cart slice. So now let's swing back to our components and more specifically the cart page. So now I want to start accessing the values and I want to start building the cart page. For starters, we're just going to worry about the layout. So if you take a look at the cart page, you'll notice this approach where I have technically a 2-column layout, but the cart items are actually spanning more than the cart total. And this is something interesting I definitely want to showcase. So effectively, we want to start by setting up 3 components. So there's going to be cart totals. There's going to be cart items list. So the entire list. And then also we'll set up the cart item. But again, for now, we'll just worry about the main layout. And then in the following videos, we'll complete all of these components. So let's go to components. We want to start by creating cart totals, I guess, JSX. Now in here, I will set up pretty big heading ones. So let me go with heading 1, then class name, and I'm going to go with text 3XL. Why not? Then let's also create one for cart items list. Items, and we're looking for list JSX. Let me grab everything that I have in here. Copy and paste. Just want to overwrite the values, of course, so cart items and list. And we also want to set up one for cart item. Now, we're not going to work on it right now, but you know what? Might as well. So cart totals, let me select all of them, and I'm going to go with cart item. Now, as far as the export, we only need to export the cart items list and cart total. So let me set up these two. And I'm going to go with cart totals here. And also, let's call this cart items and a list. And once all the exports are in place, now let me quickly swing back to the README. And basically, I just want to grab these imports. I want to save myself some time on typing. So now let's look for the cart page. In here, we want to grab the use selector. Since if we have no items in a cart, I just want to display the empty title, basically with just text. And we also, of course, want the items list. We want the section title, and we want the cart totals. Also, there's going to be a link. So effectively, if the user has logged in, we're going to navigate to a checkout. If not, we'll navigate to a login page. As far as the logic, let's start here with the user. So I want to go with temp. So this is going to be temporary. Eventually, of course, we'll get this from the user slice, but we're going to work on this a little bit later once we have the functionality to register and login. So user is going to be equal to null. Again, I'm just hard coding right now just so I don't have to come back and work on logic. We'll just grab the user. That's it. Hopefully that makes sense. Then we want to go with num items in cart, and we're going to set it equal to useSelector. We're looking for the state over here, and we want to go with state dot, then cart state, and num items in cart. So if I have no items, essentially if num items in cart is equal to 0, what do I want to do? Well, we're going to go with return. Then we're looking for section title, and as far as the text, we're going to go with your cart is empty. Your cart is empty over here. And I guess let me add this one as a capital one. Let me actually close this component. Now, if everything is correct, we want to return a fragment. So that's going to be basically the beginning. And then inside of the element, I'm going to go with section title. As far as the text, let me go with shopping cart. Of course, as always, it's totally up to you what you have over here. And in here, let's set up a div, which is going to be a parent. And it's going to be a grid parent for both the item list and the totals. So let's set it up by adding classes. So mt8, so margin top, then dot. Then we're going to go with grid dot, then gap. So this will be essentially on any screen size, and I'm going to go with gap 8. And then also we want to go with large, then grid columns, and we'll set it equal to 12. So now this parent has 12 columns. And in order to set up the cart items list bigger than the cart totals, which again is going to be the case if you take a look at the complete application, notice over here in the cart, this one is spanning only 4 columns, and this one is spanning 8. We want to go back and we want to add to cart items list a class. Now, in my case, I'm actually going to wrap both of them in separate divs and add the classes to the div. Now, why do I do that? Well, because that way it's very easy for me to see as far as the layout. So let me first set it up, and then I'm going to come back to this topic. So first I'm going to create a div with a column, with a class, of column, span, and 8. So since I have 12 columns, this is going to be spanning now 8 of them. And then in here, let's place the component first. Then we're going to copy and paste. And instead of 8, now of course I'm going to go with 4. And I want to set up over here cart totals. And before you ask, yes, of course, we can take this class and we can add it directly where we have the component. But as far as the main layout, I find it much easier if all of these classes are right here. Because then if you need to change something, you just need to go to the cart page. Instead, if let's say you pass this class in one of the components and something doesn't work, then you need to start jumping from one file to another one. But in this case, you can clearly see which element is responsible for what. And as far as my preference, it's just easier to troubleshoot that way. As always, this is totally up to you. If you don't prefer such approach, you can go with something else. Now, I also want to add to this one padding left once we get to the large screen, just so I have more distance in between them. Then right after the cart totals, I also want to set up that logic for the user. So if the user exists, we're going to go to a checkout. If not, then we're going to actually go to a login page. Again, at the moment, I'm just hard coding and user is equal to null. So yes, of course, the link is never going to point to a checkout. So in here, let's set up link component 2. We're going to go to a checkout. Then let's add some classes. We're looking for BTN primary, then BTN block. Margin top is going to be equal to 8. And then as far as the text, let's just go with proceed to checkout. Now, if it's not the case, if the user is actually undefined or null or whatever, then we're going to go here with login and we'll just write nicely, please log in. Let me save it. Let me navigate back to my application and check it out. So this is going to be our layout. And like I said, cart items list is taking up all of this space. And then we have cart totals. And if you're interested, you can actually inspect the elements. What's really awesome with the Chrome is that they nicely display which one is a grid parent and everything. So notice over here, we have this grid, right? So you can clearly see that I have those 12 columns over here. And then this one is taking up the 8. And then the cart totals is taking up the rest of them. Again, a super, super cool approach, in my opinion. And with this in place, we can start working on the cart totals component. Okay, and up next, let's work on the cart totals, where effectively we just want to display these values. We want to display the cart total, so that is without the shipping tax and all that. And then we want to display the shipping, which of course we're hard coding, and that is equal to those $5. We also want to display the tax. So this one we are calculating when we are adding the item and removing and all that. And then we have the order total, where we're just combining all of those values. And of course, we will need a format price because at the moment, all the values are in cents. So let's navigate to cart totals. We're going to need two things. We're going to need a use selector and also a format price. Now, let me again rely on the auto imports. For starters, we're looking for cart total. Then we want to get the shipping tax and also order total. And that is equal to use selector. And we want to again access the state and more specifically the cart state. So state here, and then let's look for state dot and then cart state. That should do it. We should get all of these values over here. So now let's work on the return. So in here, let's go with the div. And as far as the classes, I'm going to go with card. So again, this is coming from Daisy. And as far as the background, I'm going to go with 200 over here. Then I'm going to set up a div with a class of card body. And inside of the card body, let's just add those values one by one. So again, I'm just going to add those massive comments because in my opinion, it's easier to later see if we ever need to change something. So we're going to go here with class name flex, justify between. Then also we'll set the text to be extra small. Let's also add some border over here, border bottom, and then border is going to be the base with the value of 300. So we'll use this one over here, and we'll also add some padding in the bottom, and I'm going to set it equal to 2. Then in here, let's just set up that subtotal, I guess. So subtotal. And right after the subtotal, let's go with span. And in here, let's just increase the font weight. So I'm going to go here with font medium, and we're going to invoke format price, and we're going to pass in the cart total. And if everything is correct, this is what we should see on the screen. Now at the moment I have no items, so let me go back. And as I know, this is how it's going to look if we have no items in the cart. So now let me navigate to the products. Pick any of the products. I don't know, I'm gonna go with this one, I guess. Let me go with 5 of them over here. Add the bag. Let's go to our cart, and this is what we should see. So shopping cart. This is the items list, and now we have the subtotal. And effectively, we want to repeat the same thing for the shipping, tax, and total. So I can take this entire thing, 1, 2, and 3, and we just want to change some values around. So first of all, this is going to be equal to a shipping Then this value is also going to be equal to a shipping. And then where we have the format price, of course, we want to pass in the shipping state value. And you can probably already guess that we're going to do the same thing for the rest of them as well. And since we're reusing this component in multiple places, I just find it very nifty, the fact that we set up everything already in a cart slice as far as the logic. Yes, it took a little bit longer, but we nicely have all of these values stored in state. So now whenever we need to access, as you can see, it's not much of a work. So we want to grab the tax, and then we're going to pass in the tax, and then we also have order total, which is going to be some of those things. So we're going to say order total or total, doesn't really matter. And in here, we just need to pass in different value in the format price. So instead of cart total, we're looking for order total. Let me save it and check it out. Now for the last one, I actually want to change some styles over here. So flex and justify between is going to stay the same. Text actually is going to be small. Now we'll also add some margin to the top, and we will remove those borders like so. So now let me go back, and this is going to be our cart totals component. And with this in place, we can start working on the cart items list. And as far as the cart item list, in there, we're going to iterate over the list, the cart items. And for every item, we're going to return the cart item. And that's where we're going to render all of the values as well as invoke the functionality. So I guess let's just navigate over here. We're looking for two things, the use selector and cart item. So let's go here and say import use selector. Okay, that's one thing. And I said, no, that's not what I wanted to import. My bad. Let me just rely on auto import. So in here, we're going to go with const and then cart items, and that is equal to use selector. Yep, now it's correct. And in here, we are going to go with state, then state cart slice. And more specifically, we're looking for those cart items. So we want to iterate over. And then for every item, we want to return the cart item. So in here, let's place everything in a div. Or you know what? I think since there are no classes, we can just use the fragment. There's no need to overpopulate everything. And basically, we just want to go here with cart items, then map. Then in the callback function, I'm going to reference this as an item. And then what do we want to return? Well, let's go with our cart item. So cart item component. Then key is going to be equal to item. And then let's use the cart ID. And then I'll also set up the cart item prop. So I'm not going to spread them out. I'm just going to go here with the item. Let me close it. If everything is correct, we should see some values on the screen. But instead, we actually see there was an error. So let me check it out, what I have over here. So cart items, blah, blah, blah. It looks like I cannot access them. Okay. That's interesting. Let me see. Oh, this is not a cart slice. This is a cart state. My bad. Let me try one more time. Let me refresh. And at the moment, I have one item. So now let me add some other products just so I can see whether the main logic works. So this should be a different item. So now the total amount is 8. And then when it comes to the cart items, I have 2 of them. Okay, good. So now let's navigate to the cart item. And like I said, for now, we'll just display stuff. And then we'll work on the rest of the functionality. Now, in order to speed up, I'm going to grab these imports. So we're looking for cart item. Okay, good. Over here, we're looking for format price. We want to show everything in dollars. Then we also have generate amount options, which we're going to use a little bit later. Remove item and edit item coming from the cart slice, and use dispatch as well. Then remember, we're passing in this cart item prop. And now let's destructure all the values we're looking for. So we want to definitely grab the cart ID. Then we want to grab the title, price, image, amount, company, then also product color. And we also want to basically set it equal to cart item. Now, hopefully everything's correct, so I'm not going to log anything. As far as the functionality, let's not worry about it right now. So we'll set that one up in the following video. In here, let's work on our return. So we want to go with article element. As far as the key, we're going to go with cart and then ID. And let's right away add quite a few classes. So margin bottom is going to be equal to 12. So now I'm setting up the actual cart item as a flex parent. So please don't confuse the two. Yes, we have grid parent that is going to be for cart items and the cart total, but then the actual cart item we want to set up as the flex parent. Then by default it's going to be flex and hyphen column. So it's going to be a column layout, and let's right away add the gaps as well. So we're going to go here with gap Y4. But then once we get to the small screen, we're going to go with flex and let's set it equal to row. Then we want to always wrap to a new line. So we're going to set it up as flex wrap. Then border bottom. Then border, I'm going to go, or I'm going to stick, I guess, to the border base 300 over here. And then padding bottom as well. I'm going to set it equal to 6. And lastly, I will remove that border for the last item. So border bottom, and that is actually going to be equal to 0. Now, inside of the article, let's set up all of the values we need. For starters, we're going to go here with image. So the source is going to be equal to image. Then alternative, well, let's use our title as always. And let's add some classes here as well. So heading, or I'm sorry, height is going to be 24. Width is going to be 24. Then rounded, let's set it equal to large. And then once we get to the small screen, I'm actually going to go with the bigger height. So I'm going to set it equal to 32. And then also we're going to do the same thing with the width. So we'll set it equal to 32. And then object cover, let's add these classes. And then, you know what? Let me add a few comments over here. So up next, we're actually going to display the color. Now, before we continue, let me just make sure that everything is correct. And yep, it looks about right. So we have 2 different items in a cart, and we are nicely displaying the image right now. Now, as far as the values, we're going to go with color. Then there's going to be one for amount. So how many items we have in a cart, and this is where we're going to edit. And lastly, we have remove and then price. So we're going to go with the remove here comment, and then let's copy this one. Let's also set up the price. So this is going to be the last thing in our parent. Now, as far as the color, we want to go here with the paragraph. Let's add right away some classes. So margin top is going to be equal to 2, I guess. Then text will be small. We want to capitalize this one right away. Flex. So I'm going to set this one up as a flex parent. And we're going to go with items and center. Now let's also add some gap in between X direction. And I'm going to go with 2. Now inside of this paragraph, let me just first go with the color. So that's going to be my text. And then I'm going to go with span. And for this span, I'm actually going to use, again, the badge. I like this element from the daisy. So we're going to go here with badge small. And then the way we're going to set up everything, we're going to use the inline styles. So we'll set up the style one, and then background color is going to be equal to our product color. I believe that's how I called it. Yep, product color over here. So product color. Again, let me save, let me double check. And it looks like I have no distance in between because I messed it up. So I right away went for a color, where actually color is sitting in a separate div, where I also have the title and the company. So my apologies, but basically we're going to go here with div. And you know what? Let me just lift this one up and go as info over here. And then for now, let me just move this paragraph and place it inside of this div. And as far as the classes for this particular div, we're going to go with class and small, and margin left is going to be equal to 16. And now above the color, actually, let's place the title and the company. So let me add, I guess, more comments just so we're on the same page. So we want to go here with title, and also we want to set up the company. So when it comes to title, we want to go with heading 3. Then let's add the class of capitalize. Then also let's go with font, and we're going to set it to medium over here. And then as far as the value, well, we have the title, correct? Then we have a heading 4 with a company. So let me move this one, I guess, below. So heading 4. Then we want to, again, use the capitalize. Also, we want to go text and small. Then let's change the color, and I'm going to go with neutral content. And in here, let's place the company. So hopefully now everything is correct. Yep. So we have over here the title, the company, as well as the color. And you know what? I think for the company, we can also add a little bit of margin to the top. So where I have the company, I'm going to go with margin top, and I'm going to set it equal to, I guess, 2. That's a good value over here. And you know what? Let's increase over here to 4. Why not? Then we're going to work on that amount and remove button and the price. So when it comes to amount and remove, again, we're going to place it in another div, and same deal. Basically, we want to use the class of small and margin left 24. So class name, let's add margin left, and let's set it equal to 24. So now let's move these ones inside of this div, and last one is going to be the price. And I guess let's start with the price because there's basically less stuff we need to add. So in here, let's set up a paragraph. Font is going to be equal to medium. Then we also want to go with small. And once we get to the small screen, I actually want to place it all the way on the left hand side. So I'm going to set it equal margin left auto. And then let's go with format price. And let's pass in the price. And then we'll set up those two things, the amount as well as the remove, as you can see. So when it comes to amount, we're going to go with select, but this is definitely a case where we want to use that generate options, simply because keep in mind amount over here is dynamic. So let's say if you have a product with amount of 6, if you're only going to have 5 options, well, it's not going to work. You're going to have a bug. And that's why it's super awesome that we have that generate amount of options and we can dynamically pass in the value. Remember, we were setting this up previously when we were working, I believe, on the single product. So in here, when it comes to amount, first we want to go with div with a class of form control. Then we also want to go with width full, just in case. Also, let's set up a label. And you know what? No, actually, this is not going to be width full. We're going to go with max width, and we're going to set it equal to extra small. Then let's go with label. Now, as far as the HTML4, let's just write amount since that's the div I'm going to add. We also want to add some classes. So class name will be equal to label, then padding all around. We're actually going to set it equal to 0 because we have a different layout. Then let's go with span, and we're going to go with classes, label text, I guess more precisely one class, and we're going to set it equal to amount. And then right below the label, we want to go with select. So that's going to be our element. Now, when it comes to name, again, it doesn't really matter in this case because we're not going to be technically submitting the form, but I'll still write amount. Then ID is also going to match, of course, what we've got. And then let's add some classes. So we're looking for margin top 2, then select, and we want to go with base, and then select and bordered somewhere should be also. So select bordered, and we want to go with the extra small one. So we're going to go with select and extra small. Then when it comes to value and on change, let's not worry about it right now. So for now, I just want to generate those options, and we're simply going to call it. And then whatever is the value, in my case, I'm just going to go with +5. Of course, this is totally arbitrary, whichever number you want to use. And once we have dynamically created these options, now let's work on the remove. And here for now, again, there's no functionality. We just want to add some classes. So margin top is going to be equal to 2. And actually, I want to display this as a link. So we're going to go with link and then primary. Now we also want to add link hover class. And let's set the text to be small. And when it comes to button, I'm just going to write remove. And lastly, before we start working on a functionality, notice this info div. I actually want to give it some kind of width. So once we get to the small screen, I'm going to go with width 48 and let's save it. So once we navigate to the browser, this is what we should see. Title, company, color, amount. Now at the moment, again, this is not dynamic. Don't worry. We're going to work on it in the following video. Okay, and when it comes to functionality, essentially we just want to grab the dispatch. So we do need our use dispatch hook. And then let's create two functions. One is going to be to remove the item from the cart. And then the second one is going to be handle amount. In one of them, we're going to dispatch remove item. And then in the second one is going to be the edit item. So let's go over here and notice we already have the dispatch. So we simply can create a new variable. In my case, I'm going to call this dispatch and we'll set it equal to use dispatch. And let's start with remove item from the cart. That will be my function name. So I'm going to go with remove item and then from the cart. As far as the parameter, we're not going to be looking for anything. However, we do want to dispatch and we want to dispatch a remove item. And now as far as the value, remember, I'm looking for the object in the reducer. And therefore, we simply want to set up here the curlies and pass in the cart ID. That's going to be the first thing. Now the second one is going to be handle amount. And this one will invoke every time we change something with that amount select input. So let's go with handle, then amount. Now in here, we will need the event object because of course we're going to be grabbing the current value. So if the user changes the amount, we want to get that exact value. Again, we're dispatching over here. We want to dispatch edit item. In this case, we want to pass in two things. We want to pass in the cart ID and the amount. Now, of course, where is the amount coming from? It's coming from event.target.value. However, we also want to set it equal to a number because since it's an input, it's going to be a string. So we're going to go with parse integer and then event.target and then the value. Let's save it. Let's keep on moving. Let's find first where we have the amount and we need to add a few more things over here. So for starters, we need to set up the value, correct? So we're going to go with value equals to the amount. Then also let's add the onChange and let's invoke the handle amount. So we're going to go with onChange and we're going to pass in the function. And then when it comes to remove, in this case, we want to go with onClick. And now we want to invoke remove item from the cart. Let's save it. Let's navigate to a browser and check it out. So now I have my amount. And remember, we are generating those options on a fly. So notice, even though the amount is 5, actually, I can go all the way up to 10. Again, this is arbitrary. If you want to set up 100, that's totally an option. So if I change this, of course, everywhere, I can see those results, whether that is here, whether that is in the cart totals. If I remove the product altogether, check it out again. We are updating everything on the fly, including the local storage. So once we refresh, notice we still get back the same values. And with this in place, we can move on to the next step. A quick sign out, right after recording the video, I decided to make the margin left smaller on the div where we have amount and remove. So while I was recording, I used margin left and set it equal to 24. But as I'm looking at the project, I decided that a smaller margin actually looks better, at least in my opinion. Now, of course, this is totally up to you. If you like the previous setup better, you can definitely keep it. Just don't be surprised if you see a different value in the README. Again, I switched the margin left on a div where we have amount and remove. And instead of using 24, I switched it to margin left and set it equal to 12. Okay, and once we're done with the cart page, up next, let's start working on the checkout page. Now, since checkout page is going to be a protected route, meaning only valid users will be able to access the page, we need to complete the login and register functionality first. And actually, even before that, we want to set up another slice where we can store the user as well as the theme info. So for starters, we want to navigate back and we want to create another feature. So essentially, we're just creating another Redux toolkit slice. So inside of the features, we're going to go with new folder. In my case, I'm going to call this user. And then inside of the user folder, we're going to go with user and then slice. So let's add JS. As far as the imports, we're looking for two things. We want to grab the import slice, and we also want to set up the toast. Since here and there, we're going to use it. So I'm going to go with create slice. So that is coming from Redux Toolkit. And also I want to grab the toast. And that is coming from React Toastify. So from, and we're looking for React Toastify. After that, let's create the initial state. Please keep in mind that at the moment, both of the values for user and theme are going to be hard-coded, but eventually they're going to be dynamic. So in here, let's just write initial state. It's going to be equal to an object. We want to go with user, and we want to set up over here username. And in my case, I'm going to go with coding addict. Again, it's just going to be this value for a few videos. Eventually, it's going to be dynamic. And then let's go with theme. And in this case, technically, since I'm using the Winter and Dracula, I have those options. So I think I'm going to go with the Dracula one. So let me save it over here. Then let's create that user slice. So now we actually need to invoke the create slice, and we want to set it equal to some kind of value. In my case, that is going to be user slice. So let's invoke. Let's pass in the object over here. As far as the name, I'm just going to go with user. Then also we want to go with initial state equals to initial state. And then let's right away set up the reducers since we're not going to have that many. And as far as the reducers, we're going to have login user, logout user, and toggle theme. Now, for now, we're just going to log what the reducer is doing. So essentially, we just want to set up a simple functionality. So let's go here with login user. Going to be our reducer. And in here, we want two things, state and action, since we'll grab some values from the login page. And like I said, we'll simply just write what the reducer is doing. Now, when it comes to logout user, essentially, we only actually need state since we won't provide any action over here. And we do want to right away change the string. So let's say here logout. And of course, the reducer name is also going to be a logout one. And lastly, we have toggle theme, which again, we're not going to pass anything. We just need a state. So you know what? Let me just copy and paste. Yep, we need state. And then as far as the value over here, let's say toggle theme. And then same goes for the reducer name. Let's write toggle and theme. Let's save it over here, and we just need to do two more things. Well, actually three, but let's just focus on this file. So in here, we want to export everything. So we want to export actions, login user, logout user, and toggle theme. We also want to export reducer. And then, of course, we want to wire up our store. So let's go over here, and let's set up those exports. So in here, we're looking for export const, login user, logout user, and toggle theme. We'll set it equal to user slice dot then actions. And then lastly, as far as the default, we're going to go with export default, and we're looking for user slice dot, and we want to grab the reducer. And after that, of course, we want to wire up the store. So let's go to our store.js over here. And instead of the cart reducer, let's copy and paste. It's going to be a user reducer. And then in here, it's not going to be a cart folder. We're going to go with user, and then we want to grab the user slice. And then as far as the state, I'm going to call this user state, and I'll set it equal to my user reducer. And with this in place, we should have the second slice in place, the user slice. So now, of course, we can start working on the functionality. Okay. And once we have the user slice in place, before we set up any user functionality, let's also quickly move the theme logic from the navbar to the user slice. And as a result, we won't have that bug anymore. Remember the one that we discussed when we set up the theme logic. So let's navigate back to our user slice. And essentially, we just want to grab the code from the navbar. And then in the navbar, we only want to toggle the theme. So how is that going to look like? For starters, let's go to a navbar component and let's see what we've got as far as the theme logic. So in here we have the themes. Yep, we'll definitely need that. We'll also need this function, get theme from local storage, and we'll also utilize some of this functionality as well. So one by one, let's just grab those things. So I'll start over here with theme. So I'm going to go back to the user slice, and I'll just set it up over here. Then we also want to grab this one. So this is going to be the function. Yep, we want to set it up over here. Once we have the function in place, when it comes to a theme, we're not going to hard code it anymore. We're going to set it equal to our function. We're going to invoke it. And after that, we also want to make some changes over here, because not only I want to get the theme from the local storage, but I also right away, I want to add that data theme attribute to the HTML element. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to go with const theme. I'll set it equal to whatever I'm getting back over here. And then let's navigate back to our navbar. And in here, we're looking for this document element in the use effect. So this is what we want to grab. So let's grab this line of code. Let's navigate back to the user slice over here. So we're using the same theme. And at the very end, what do we want to do? We just want to return the theme. And once we have this logic in place, now let's navigate to the toggle theme reducer. And let's complete that sucker as well. Now, of course, you can copy and paste some values from the navbar. But in my case, I'm going to just set everything from scratch. So for starters, we want to grab two things. We want to take the Dracula and winter out of the themes object. So that should look familiar. Then we want to go with state.theme, and we want to set it equal to the ternary operator, where I'm going to check what is the current value. If it's equal to Dracula, then of course I'm going to set it equal to the winter. If not, then I'll set it equal to Dracula. Then we want to repeat this step where essentially we just add it to HTML element as well. So copy and paste in here. Now, as far as the value, we need to use state and theme in this case. So we don't have that variable. And lastly, we also want to add it to local storage. So we go local storage, set item, and we're looking for theme. And we want to go with state dot and theme. And as a side note, this over here is a comma. And once we have everything in place, now we want to navigate to a navbar. We want to grab the dispatch and also the toggle theme. And then every time we invoke the handle theme logic, we want to dispatch toggle theme reducer. I know it's a lot of words, so let's just navigate to a navbar. I'm going to keep this function as it is because we're already using it in a JSX. There's really no need to set it from the scratch. However, we will remove some functionality. So in here, we're not going to call the local state value. We will remove the use state as well as the use effect. Now, of course, I'm still going to keep the num of items in a cart. So that stays the same. We don't need these imports over here, so we can remove them. And now let's just grab use dispatch and toggle theme. Now I'll try to rely on my auto import. So I'm going to go over here with dispatch that is equal to use dispatch. Let's invoke that. And then inside of the handle theme, we want to go with dispatch. So let's invoke that. And then we're looking for toggle and theme somewhere here. So this is coming from our user slice. Let's invoke it. And if everything is correct, our functionality is still going to work. The difference right now that we're also going to correctly invoke it in our login one. So let's try it out. Notice, so this works. So now let me navigate, let's say, to a new tab. Then I'm going to go with localhost and we're looking for a login one. And notice how we're still getting the dark theme. Unlike previously where we were always getting the default one, the winter one. And with this in place, now we can move on to the next topic. Okay, and up next, let's set up the logout user reducer, essentially complete the functionality. And also let's access the user in 3 components, the header, nav links, as well as the cart page. And I know what you're thinking. Listen, we just have a hard-coded user. Why we're doing those things? Well, keep in mind that the functionality is going to stay the same, regardless whether we're hard-coding the user or later when we add the user dynamically, when we successfully complete the login request. So with this in place, we can right away nicely see how and where we're going to utilize our user in our application. So the logic is going to stay the same, everything that we're doing. The only difference that, of course, we have hard-coded user, but in my opinion, it actually nicely allows us to test things. So here's what we want to do. In a logout user, we're going to set the user equal to null. So remember, at the moment, it's an object. Now, this is totally up to you. If you want, of course, you can clear out all of the values in a local storage. In our case, we're going to remove just the user item. And I know what you're thinking. Hey, listen, but we haven't set it up yet. Yes, that, of course, is coming up when we will add it dynamically. But I know that eventually that value is going to be there. And also, since we can nicely utilize the toast, this is exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to set up toast success and log out successfully. And then in 3 components, in the header, in the nav links and cart page, we're going to access that info, the user info. And then based on those values, we will change also our JSX. So let's start cracking. For starters, we want to navigate, of course, to the features, user, and then user slice. And like I mentioned before, when it comes to a logon functionality, for the most part, again, let me emphasize that word, for the most part, it's going to be somewhat straightforward, where you have some kind of value and you just want to set it back to the default values. So in this case, we're going to go with state user and we're going to set it equal to null. Like I said, in my case, I'm going to go with local storage. Then we're going to go with remove item, and which item we want to remove. Well, that is going to be a user item, something we're going to add a little bit later. Then we're going to go with toast, then success, and let's just pass in some kind of string, and we're going to go with logged out successfully. And once the logout user is set, now we want to navigate to the header, and in there, essentially, we want to access the user from our user slice. And in the JSX, we want to set up a condition where if the user exists, then I want to display the user info. In this case, it's just going to be a username as well as the logout button. So we can nicely log out. And if we have no user, if the user hasn't logged in yet, then we're going to display these links over here. So in order to get started, we want to grab a few things, and that is going to be use dispatch and use selector. We also want to grab the use navigate. Basically, when we click on logout and the logout user and clear cart from both of the slices. So I know it's a lot of things, so let's just start working on this one. So in here, we want to go with const and then navigate. And we're going to set it equal to use navigate hook from React Router DOM. And we also want to go with dispatch, because once we click on a logout button, we want to dispatch two actions, the logout user as well as clear cart. So let's go here with const and then dispatch. And that is going to be equal to use dispatch. We're going to invoke this one as well. And let's grab the user from the user state. So const user is equal to use selector. Then let's pass in the function. We want to take the state. And of course, from the state, we want to grab user state. And then in here, we want to go with our user. And if everything is correct, we're going to grab the user. If it's valid, good. We're going to display one value. If not, we're going to display something else. And as far as functionality, essentially, I want to go here. I want to check for user. If the user exists, I'm going to have, like I said, a username and logout button. If not, we're going to display these links over here. So let's, I guess, first work on the user info, and then we'll just copy and paste the links info. So in here, let's close this div. This is going to be our parent if the user exists. We do want to add some classes here right away. So we're going to go with flex gap. It's going to be, let's say 2. Then once we get to the small screen, we want to go with gap and then X and 8. And we want to place everything in the center. Now, the first element we want to display over here is going to be a paragraph. Let's add some classes here. We're going to go with text extra small. And then once we get to small screen, we're actually going to go with text and small. Then let's write something. I'm just going to go with hello, comma, and then we're going to look for user and username. So username, in my case, that of course is Coding Addict. And then right after that, we're going to go with our button. Let's add some classes here. We're going to go with btn extra small. And then let's also say btn outline. And lastly, we want to go with btn and primary. Now, for now, we're not going to add any kind of functionality. So let's not add on click, but we do want to set up some kind of text. And like I said, this is going to be the case if we have the user. If we don't have the user, now let's take this div over here. Let's cut it out and let's set it up over here. And I guess in this case, I can just remove these comments. Now let me navigate back to my project and notice, since by default, I have the user, I have Coding Addict, this is what we display. So we have hello Coding Addict, and then in here we have the logout button. Now, once we click the button, of course, nothing happens because we still need to handle that. So right in the header, I'm going to go with const. Let me call this handle logout. And once we click on a button, there are 3 things that I want to do. First of all, I want to navigate to a /. Let's say I'm located in the cart page. I want to go back to the home page. Is this optional? Totally. You can decide whichever page you want to use. And in my case, I'm going to go with home page. Then I want to dispatch, and I'm looking for clear and cart. So this is going to be coming from my cart slice. And unfortunately, it didn't import. So let me go here with cart and clear cart. That was the correct name. And this should be coming from my user slice. So from, and we're looking for the features, then cart and cart slice. Now let me double check. It's always funky when the auto imports don't work. Yep, it should be clear cart. And then also let me log out the user. So you know what, in this case, since my auto imports are letting me down, let me go with logout user. And this is coming from Let's go with /user and then user slice. And then in here, let's set up a logout user. And of course, we want to pass this into a dispatch. So first we dispatch an action, and then we pass in the logout user. And where we have the button, now we want to go with on click. And we're going to set it equal to handle logout. Now let me just navigate back to the browser and let me showcase a few things. So for starters, as you can see in the application, I have the cart in the local storage. And of course, the moment I'm going to click on handle logout, I'm going to remove it. Now also keep in mind that at the moment I'm located in the cart page. So let's try it out. Check it out. I click, notice I removed the value from the local storage. So there is no more cart. I can clearly see that by looking at my icon over here. Of course, we can test it. Notice it's basically set back to default. My apologies. I misspoke. I said that I'm going to remove it. What I'm actually doing is setting it back to default values in the local storage. The one that we removed actually was a user. And we can clearly see that right away since we have these two links over here. Now, we haven't set up the login functionality in any of these pages yet. So let me again refresh. That's my default value. And of course, now I have my user. We don't have anything in the cart. That's why we still need to fill up the page. Now, also, here's what I want to do. I want to go to a nav links and I want to set up the cart page. Now, I know that this video might be quite long, but I definitely want to cover all of these features in here. So therefore, just please bear with me. So essentially, we want to go to a nav links right now. So this will be our nav links component. And we want to grab a few values here as well. So in here, I'm looking for my user, the same like we grabbed the user in the header. So hopefully the auto imports is going to work right now. So we're going to go here with user, then use selector. And then let's grab the state. And then more specifically, we're looking for user state, I guess. And then user value. So user state and then more specifically user. And then as I'm iterating over the links, actually, if there is no user value, I don't want to display orders and checkout. So they will be protected routes. Now, please keep in mind that we haven't set up any logic in those actual pages. So technically, if you use the URL bar, you'll still be able to access those pages. So what we're doing right now, we're just hiding it in the nav bar. That's it. And later, when we have the actual login functionality in place, that's when we'll add some functionality to block the user, if he hasn't logged in, to access those pages altogether. So there are two steps. For now, we're just going to hide it over here in the nav bar. And the way we do that, notice here where we are iterating over the links, we just want to set up the condition where I'm going to say if the URL is equal to checkout. So in here, I'm just deciding which pages are going to be restricted. And also, if, let's say, URL is equal to orders, they do need to match over here. And if there is no user, I'm going to return null. So we set up the AND operator. And if the user is equal to null, then we're also going to return null from this iteration. And notice right now, I navigate back. Since I have a valid user, a coding addict, everything is correct. I display the checkout and orders. However, notice something interesting. When I log out, I don't see those links. Again, we can still access those pages. Yes, you can still go to the orders. This is something we're going to work on a little bit later. And lastly, let's just navigate to a cart page. And remember, when we set up that temporary user, well, now we just want to copy and paste these two lines of code. And once we have everything in place, we'll display different values. So we want to go to pages. Then more specifically, we're looking for cart. And in here, notice we're checking for this user. And we have either proceed to checkout or please log in. So now let me navigate over here where I have this temporary one, copy and paste. And if everything is correct, we should display two different values. So now let me navigate to my cart page. At the moment, the cart is empty, so let me fill it up. I'm going to go to this one. Let's add some amount, add to bag. Let's navigate to the cart, and it right away says proceed to checkout. Now, the moment I'm going to log out, I'll actually set up the cart empty, so we won't see please log in. So at the moment, technically, we won't be able to test this functionality completely, but trust me, if we have this type of result right now, then everything is going to work. And with this in place, we can now proceed to the next step. Okay, and up next, let's complete the register page by essentially adding the functionality to make the register user request. Now, for starters, let's do three things. We're going to take a look at the docs. So we'll take a look at the proper request we need to make. Then we'll test it out in the Thunder client. And also in this video, at the very end, I want to just set up the empty action in register and add it to app.jsx. And then in the following video, that's when we were going to work on the functionality. So as far as the docs, if we navigate over here, we can see that it's going to be a post route. So we'll have to go with method.post. And then we're looking for this URL. So it's going to be /auth/local and then /register. And of course, all of this is coming after the API. And as far as what data do we want to send, like I said, the login one is the funky one, where we'll have to send this identifier because we can use both the username and the email. But when it comes to register, it's pretty straightforward. We need to provide username here. That's why the input name value must be username and some kind of value, of course, over here, then email, as well as the password. Now, please keep in mind that the username as well as the email must be unique. So as far as testing, well, for one, you'll have to get creative. And second, you won't be able to test it twice. Basically, once you use that one value, and if you get the successful response, then again, you'll have to come up with something new. Now, as far as what response we're going to get, actually for both of them, the login one and register, the response is going to be exactly the same. We're going to have some JWT. So this is going to be a JSON web token over here and the user. So in here, we're just going to get some info about the user. And of course, we're going to use these values eventually when we log in to store it in the user slice. And in order to make the requests that are only designed for the users who have logged in, we're going to pass this JWT along for a ride. Now, all of that is coming up. Please keep in mind that the way I built the application, as far as a register, we really won't use anything over here. So if we successfully register, then I'll simply navigate the user to the login page. So in there, of course, the user needs to enter the correct values, and then we're going to store the user in our user slice. Hopefully that is clear. So for starters, once we know what we need to do, let's go to our Thunder client. Yep, we're still looking for our collections. In my case, Comfy Store. We want to create basically a new one. And I don't know which one I'm going to copy. I guess this one. So I'm just going to duplicate this one over here. I do want to rename it right away. And this is going to be register and user. Now, for starters, we want to set this one up as a post route. Now, also, if you don't want to make any kind of errors, you can nicely copy from the docs. So this is a good solution if you don't want to make some silly typo. Remember, we have this API. I believe that was our URL. So of course, instead of the products right now, we want to copy and paste. And notice I selected one more /, my bad. Let me add it properly. And now let's test it out. What happens if we send and we don't provide any values? And notice we'll right away get the 400 and it's going to explain which errors occurred. So we have email, we have username, of course, and we have the password. Now let me send with these values, and you'll see that, again, we're not going to be successful simply because, well, the username and the email is not going to be unique. So let me save it over here. Now, before we make the request, you know what? I just noticed that I didn't properly rename it. So in here, this should be register user. So let me go with register and user. Hopefully it works right now. And then in here, we're going to go with get all store products or something along those lines. So get store products. Let me save it. And now let me test it out with these values. So once we send, notice we're going to get 400. And essentially message says email or username are already taken. So like I said, we're just going to have to get here creative, and I'm going to try this approach where essentially I'm just going to go with james1@gmail.com. And I guess let's go here with James1. Maybe this one works. And check it out. I was successful, and now I can get a nice response where it tells me the user info as well as JWT. So now I know that this functionality works. What do we need to do next? Well, like I said, we want to navigate to a register. We want to set up the action, and I right away want to import that in the app JSX, and then we're going to work on the functionality. So let's look for pages. We have register over here. Let's go with export const action. Now, of course, it's going to be a sync since we're going to make the request, and then let's right away return a null. And then back in the app JSX, where we have the loaders, well, right below it, we also have actions, correct? So let's go with import action as, and I'm going to call this a register action and from, and we're looking for pages. And in this case, I want to access the register page. So let's keep on scrolling, and somewhere here in the bottom, we should have the register. We want to set action equals to a register action. And with this in place, now we can complete the register user functionality. Okay, and with our initial functionality in place, now let's complete the register user request. And effectively, we just need to add some code in the action. Now, for starters, of course, we need access to the input values, correct? And in order to get it, we want to look for request over here in the action. After that, in order to do less typing, I'll actually set up some default values for the name as well as email and password. And then once I can see that the functionality works, I'm going to remove them. So in here, let's go with default value, and let me just double check what I used in here. As a side note, of course, by the time you're watching this, most likely this is going to be like James 101 or something along those lines. So don't be surprised if the basic values essentially return 400. So let me just copy and paste over here. So since I already used James 1, let me now use maybe James 2. Then let's also add the default value for the email. So let me just look for this one over here. Again, in my opinion, it's easier when you're setting up everything, because in order to test it, you don't have to type everything from scratch over here. So let me set it up. I'm going to go here with James 2. And then when it comes to the default value, as far as the password, well, we can simply provide secret. Now, when it comes to the action, we have access to request, correct? So now in order to get those form input values, we want to go with request form data, and then we want to run it through the object dot and from entries. So let's do that first. And we have done this quite a few times in this course already. So I'm assuming that we are all on the same page. So request dot and then form data. We invoke this, then let's grab the actual data. And that one will be equal to object dot from entries, and then we pass in the form data. And now let's set up our try catch. So make a request, and then based on what is the response, either we're going to redirect the user to the login page, or we're going to throw an error. So for starters, let's come up with the response, and that is going to be equal to await. Then let's use custom fetch. Now remember, method is different now. We need to go with post. Now, as far as the URL, it's /auth/local/register. And then as far as the data, well, what's super nifty, since name here matches whatever my server is looking for, I simply can pass in the data. Now, of course, if you get any bugs, make sure you log the data. And that way you can right away test if the object you're getting is correct. Now, if we're successful, I also want to set up the toast. Then we're going to go with success, and let's just pass in account created successfully. And at the very end, we want to go with return, then redirect. So we grab that from React Router DOM, and we want to point the user to the login page. Now, if there's an error, we're going to look for a message property. However, since there might be some other errors as well, I don't know, for example, network error, I'm actually going to use the optional chaining. And if the value doesn't exist, then I'm just going to go with something generic. For starters, let me return over here null. Then I'm going to construct the error message. And as far as the value, like I said, I'm going to go with error, then optional chaining. After that, I'm looking for response. Then again, optional chaining, then data. And yes, it's quite nested. That's how Strapi sends it back. So we want to go here with error. Then again, we want to look for optional chaining. And at the very end, we have over here the message. Now, if there's no such value, I'm just going to say, please double check your credentials. And at the very end, I simply want to invoke toast. I'm going to go with error, and I'm going to pass in the error message. So now let's navigate to the browser. Let's test it out. Remember, if we're not going to keep changing the values, we will only be successful once, because, of course, the second time, the username or the email is not going to be unique. So for starters, let me just log out. Let me start from the scratch. I want to go with create account. Notice I have these values. Let me click on register and check it out. Account created successfully. So I was able to create the user, and now I just need to provide those values over here where I'm looking for email and password in the login page. Now, of course, we don't have any functionality. Therefore, let me just navigate back to the register, try the same values. We should get back error if everything is correct. Yep, we have email or username are already taken. So we know that the functionality works. I just want to remove those default values from the inputs. And up next, we're going to start working on the login functionality. So let me navigate back to my register one, and one by one, let me remove them. We'll set them back to default, and we're going to complete our login functionality as well. Okay, and just like with the register, we actually want to start with the setup. So I'll divide this in multiple steps. So for starters, let's navigate to the docs. Let's take a look at the login request, what we need to provide. Let's test it in the Thunder client. And also in the following video, we'll take a look how we can access a dispatch in the action, because it's not as straightforward. Remember, actions and loaders are not hooks. So we'll have to do an extra step over there. So for starters, let's navigate to the docs. Let's take a look. So this is going to be our request. It's a public request. It's a post request. This is the URL. So we go here with API, auth, local. And then as far as what we're sending, it's going to be identifier, where we pass in the username or the email. And also we provide the password over here. Now it's totally up to you. Of course, you can use the values you just set up. In my case, I think I'm going to stick with the test user, because this is also something that eventually we're going to set up. And again, as far as the response, this is what we're going to get. Just like with the register, we get this JWT, so JSON Web Token, which of course we'll send back with the requests who are protected. So we'll have to provide this info. And of course, in here, we also have the user info. So let's navigate back to our project. We're looking for Thunder client. In this case, let me go with duplicate. Let me make sure that I have selected the correct one. We're going to go with login user. Again, as far as the URL, it is auth and local. So we can simply remove over here this register. And as far as the values, like I said, I'm going to keep the test ones. So in here, we're looking for identifier and the password, like so. So let me select everything. And if I remember correctly, this was test@test.com. And then the value was secret. Check it out. If everything is correct, this is what we should get back. Again, we get back the JWT and we also get the user. And with this in place, now we can work on the next step, which is going to be invoking dispatch in our action. Okay, and now let's start working on the action in the login page. And for starters, we want to navigate over there. We want to export it. So where's my login page? It's right over here. We want to go with export, then const action. Yes, it's going to be a sync, but we'll have to do more logic in order to access the store. So in here, let's just go with return null. And let's nicely navigate back to the app JSX. We simply want to copy and paste over here the register one, and let's just change it around. So this will be a login action. And of course, we're grabbing it from the login page. So let's scroll down where we have the login page and we're looking for action and we're going to set it equal to the login action. And now $1 million question, actually 2 questions. For starters, well, why do we need to access the dispatch in the action? And second, well, how we can do that. So why do we need dispatch? Well, because in order to set up our user, we need to do it somewhere. And since we're not doing that in the register page, we're just navigating user to the login page. Well, this is where we finally need to invoke it, correct? And again, let's take a look at the user, more specifically user slice. And we'll see this reducer here. Again, no logic yet. All of that is coming up, but effectively, if we're successful, this is what we want to do. We want to set up that user because once I successfully log in, I actually want to display, well, what is the username and all that. And then when I make the requests, they will be tied to this user, which at the moment, again, is hard-coded. So that's why we need to access the login user. That's why we want to invoke that action. Now, the second question is, well, how? Because we won't be able to go with use and then dispatch. It's not going to work. Why? Because this is not a hook. And I know it's, especially in the beginning, somewhat confusing with the loaders and actions. At least it was for me. Because I was like, okay, but how does that work then? If I cannot get the hook, what is the process? And quite often, a solution is following where essentially in the app JSX, where we set up the entire functionality, in our case, for the routes and all that, we just grab that main thing. Remember when we worked with React Query, we set up the query in there and we passed it down to our pages and then more specifically, actions or loaders. So this is going to be the same thing. Notice over here, this store. And what's really cool, store has all of the methods and properties that we're looking for. And as a side note, yes, later, for example, in the checkout page and in orders, we're actually going to check for the user. We'll say, hey, listen, does the user have any value? If yes, then you can take a look at the page. If not, then we're going to navigate the user away. So let's just navigate to app JSX. And for starters, somewhere here, again, it doesn't really matter. This is totally up to you. We want to grab this store. And of course, it's coming from the file name store. So that's the first step. Second, we actually want to pass the store down to our login page. More specifically, we want to pass it over here where we have login action. So pass in the store. But the problem becomes right now, we invoke the moment it runs in app.jsx, not when we submit the form. So if you remember the previous project, when we worked with the React router, essentially the solution is following. We want to turn this into a function which returns a function. And then in here, we're going to have all of the logic. And as far as the parameter, we'll access the store. I'm not going to use the dispatch over here. Let me just remove it. Maybe we'll use it later when we set up the demo user. I don't remember, but for now, let's not get confused. And for now, we simply want to log the store. That's it. That's all I want to do. I want to see that I have access to the store. So now let me, I guess, log out, sign in. And again, I have my test and test. Okay, that is all good. What we want is to take a look at the console. And once we click on login, check it out. I have a giant object with bunch of properties and methods. And the one that I'm actually looking for is this dispatch over here. So that's the one we're going to use. And of course, we're going to pass in our action. Which one is that? Well, the login user action. And with this in place, we can start finally working on the login user functionality. Okay, so now let's set up the functionality. As far as the imports, you know what? Let me just go to the README and I'm just going to copy and paste. Let me go down the list what we're grabbing over here. Now, of course, some of them we already imported. So yes, I'm going to be overriding that. We have form input, submit button. Then we have the form component coming from React Router DOM, a link, a redirect, and use navigate. So use navigate, we're going to actually use, I believe, in 2 videos when we all set up the demo user. Because basically the button is going to be located over here in the component. And of course, redirect we're going to use here in the action. Then we'll need custom fetch, since of course we are going to make request back to our server. We also have over here a toast, pretty much same deal, like with the register and the login user action, correct? Coming from the user slice. And also a use dispatch. Like I said, later we'll set up the demo user here in the component, and therefore we will need a dispatch as well. And I can tell you right away that most of the functionality is going to be actually very similar to what we have already in the register. For example, when it comes to the catch, it is going to be identical. What things we want to change? Well, we'll work here on the URL. And also, if we're successful, not only we want to navigate away, but also we want to add that user to our slice, correct? So this is totally up to you, but I think in my case, I'm just going to pretty much copy and paste, and then we'll just change the values around. There's really no point to type this from the scratch, especially since I have all the imports and everything. So I can nicely access the store. But one of the first things we always want to do is to grab that form data. So in here, let's access the request like always. So we grab this form data. Again, in this case, it's going to be our identifier. And yes, I know I keep repeating this, but this is super, super important, as well as the password, correct? So those are the 2 things located in that object. Then, like I said, it's not going to be a register. Actually, it's going to be local. So we remove this / and register. Yes, we will still pass in the data over here. Now, when it comes to toast, we're just going to change the value. So in here, it's going to be logged in successfully. And when it comes to redirect, we're not going to go to a login. We'll actually go to the homepage, correct? And here comes the important part. Now we want to take this store. We want to use the dispatch method, which is available in the store. And we want to pass in this login user. And then inside of the login user, we can still pass in the action payload, which in our case is going to be that user info. So for now, let me do this. I'm just going to comment out, and essentially I'm just going to go with return null. since I want to stay on a page and all that. And for now, let me just take a look what we get back over here in the response. So let me log response. Okay, good. Now, of course, this is going to be the exact same thing that we see over here, but I just want to make sure that we definitely access it in our application as well. So back to a login again. We're making a request. We pass in the data. We get back response. For now, we're just going to say logged in, and we'll return null. And then in a second, we will pass this into a login user. So you know what? I don't know why I closed the console. Actually, we'll need it. Let me wipe it clean. Let's log in and notice logged in successfully. Data is back, and then status is 200. So everything's awesome. In here, JWT, so something that we were going to reuse in the upcoming request, and also essentially a user info. So ID, username, and all that cool stuff. So now, again, let me double check what we have in the slice. So there are no silly bugs. Notice we have state, and then we have an action. So of course, in the login user, we can nicely pass in the action. So before we do anything further, let's just go with action.payload and then back in the login one. Before we even set up the toast and all that, we want to go with our store. We want to dispatch. So that's the method we have on a store. And also we want to pass in the login user. Let's invoke it. And now instead of null, we're going to redirect to the homepage. And once we can successfully log in, once we can see everything in the console, then we'll also test out the error response. So let's navigate back, check it out. I log in, I navigate to the homepage. Now, for some reason, I have undefined because notice I didn't pass anything in. So what do we want to pass in the login user? We want to go here with response dot and the entire data. So this is the case where we will destructure everything actually in the user slice. So again, let me just log out, I guess. Now we're going to go to the sign in. Yep, that's the one. Then let's click on login. Notice we successfully logged in, and check it out in the console. We have the JWT and the user. And now let's also test out the error response. So again, I'm going to navigate back, and I'm just going to mess with one of the values. Again, it doesn't really matter which one, whether that is a password or an email. And effectively, I'm just going to go with test and 999. Hopefully, no one created such account. And notice this is what we'll see. Invalid identifier or a password. Again, let me test it out with the correct values. And if everything is correct, we'll see over here this JWT and a user in the console. And now we can go to a user slice and complete the functionality. Okay, and once we have completed the action in the login page, now let's also complete the login user functionality in the user slice. So we want to navigate to features, then more specifically user slice. And as far as this setup, first we want to grab the user and JWT from the payload. And my approach is going to be following, where essentially I'll grab all of the properties from the user as well as the token, and I'm just going to store it in one object. So what am I talking about? Well, if we take a look at the login user, notice essentially we get this nested object back with the user and JWT, and I simply want to store all of these properties in one place, which will be essentially my user. So in here, we're just going to go with a new variable. In my case, I'm going to call this user. And then remember, we have this action payload and user. So that's where we have a bunch of properties. So we want to spread it out. Then payload, then user, then comma. And we'll also set up over here a token. And we'll call this action.payload and JWT. So this will be our user. And then we want to set our state user equal to the user. And then lastly, we also want to store it in a local storage. So we go local storage, and then remember that user item. So local storage, set item, we're looking for user. And in here, we want to go with JSON, stringify, and we want to pass in the user. Then when we grab the values from the local storage, we also want to do the same with the user, correct? So for starters, let's come up with the function. In my case, I'm going to go with get user from local and then storage. As far as the parameters, we're not going to pass any. And essentially, we're just going to set up the return, where we go with return, then JSON, then parse. Then we're going to go with local, or I'm sorry, not login user. We're going to look for local storage, then get item. We're looking for the user more specifically. And if it doesn't exist, then we'll simply return null. So we'll say here null. So regardless, if we have the user in local storage, then of course we'll set it to the new value. And if not, then we'll use null. So in here, let's just go with get user from local storage. Let's invoke that as well. And now let me just test it out by navigating back to our application. And I'm just going to remove everything what we have currently. So let me refresh. Notice I don't have the user, so I have these two values over here. Now I can also nicely showcase the cart. Basically, we can go to one of the products. We can add, let's say, this one to the cart. And if I navigate over here, check it out. Essentially, I have this please login, which of course is correct. Now we navigate to the login page. For now, we still have these values, something we're going to work on in the next video when we set up the guest user. Actually, I will remove these default ones. Let me click on login. Notice now we have logged in successfully. We can finally see the checkout and orders, both pages that are restricted, and we also have the cart. So now in cart, we have proceed to a checkout. And as far as the value, I see here demo user, not coding addict, because that's the one that I set up for that demo user. And then if I take a look at my local storage, these are the values. So I have cart value and I also have the user value. And of course, if I store a different theme, I also store the theme value as well. And with this in place, now we can work on a demo user functionality. Okay. And now let's complete our login page by adding the demo user functionality. So essentially, I'm not going to leave these default values over here. However, I do still want to provide the user option to test the application, basically complete the checkout as well as take a look at the orders without registering for the application. And therefore, where we have the guest user, we're going to add the functionality to make the request back to the auth local. So the URL is going to be exactly the same. However, we're going to hard code those test.test.com as well as the secret. Now, in this case, I didn't make any kind of restrictions on a backend, but normally on a server, this is also where you restrict certain things, because keep in mind, whenever you set up a guest user, most likely you don't want pretty much anyone who comes to application add some kind of info which is going to be displayed to rest of the users. So for example, in my case, when I was setting up the guest user, when it comes to orders, I am overriding these values here in the server, something I'm going to discuss later. So I don't want anyone to come here and leave something offensive or nasty. And then when the other users check out the orders, they can see something that's inappropriate. Unfortunately, when you're working online, this is stuff that you see daily. So long story short, just keep in mind, whenever you're setting up the server, you'll have to make some restrictions. And I guess I misspoke. I said I didn't make any restrictions, but I did make that one where if you're a guest user, the values you provide for first name and the address are going to be different, and they're going to be provided by the server. So I'm just going to ignore whatever the user is leaving as far as the values. So long story short, we want to go right now to the login JSX, and we want to look for our button. Notice over here, that's our guest user. And in here, let's just start in the login component. We want to grab two things, the dispatch as well as the navigate. So this is different. We're not going to use the redirect. We'll actually use this use navigate. And as far as the dispatch, well, we still want to log in. However, in this case, we don't need to do this extra step where we access the store. This is actually in the component. So we can nicely access all of the values. So let's go here with dispatch, use dispatch. Let's invoke this. Then we want to go with navigate. We're going to set it equal to use navigate. Let's invoke this one as well. Then let's come up with the function. I'm going to go with login as guest user. It's going to be a sync function. And inside of it, we're going to set up the try and catch. And you can probably already imagine that, bunch of the things are going to be exactly the same. However, I will type most of them from the scratch. Now, before we continue, let's also add the onClick. So once we click on this button, we want to invoke this. So login as guest user. Okay, good. Then let's scroll up. And essentially in here, let's come up with the response. We're going to go with const response is equal to await, then custom fetch dot, then post. What is the URL? We're looking for auth / and then local. Now, in this case, I'm not going to grab some kind of data. Effectively, I'll hard code. So we go here, we set up the object from the scratch. And remember, we do need to go with identifier. This is something that's very hard for me to spell. So identifier, let's make sure that we provide the correct value, then test at test.com. And also we want to provide the password, which in my case is somewhat straightforward. We just go here with secret. Now, can you set up over here some kind of local state values? Technically, but I really don't see the point. So if we're successful, what do we want to do? Well, we have the dispatch correct. Then we want to go with login user from the user slice. And essentially in here, we want to pass in response, then data, and we're good to go. Then we want to set up the toast. We're going to go with success again. And let's just write welcome guest user. And at the very end, we want to navigate to the homepage. So we're going to call navigate in this case. So again, we're not using redirect. Redirect we use in actions and loaders. And here we go with navigate. And then let's provide the / which essentially stands for the homepage. And then in here, let's go with log. And just in case, let's log the error. And also, if that's the case, we want to go with toast, then error, and then I'm going to go with guest user login error. Please try again. And with this in place, let's save everything. Let's navigate to the browser. And you know what? I forgot. I actually want to remove these default values. So we're not going to use these ones. Let's navigate over here. Let me refresh. Yep. I don't have those values. However, I can still use my guest user. So once we click over here, notice welcome guest user. And essentially, we have the entire application. And since it's a valid user, we do see the checkout as well as the orders. Now, if I click on logout, notice we only have these 4 links. So let me navigate back. Again, let me try it out. And with this in place, now we can start working on the checkout page. All right. And with our user in place, now let's finally start working on the checkout page. Effectively in here, I'm going to have a section title as well as the checkout form component. And also remember this sucker from the cart page. Yep, it's the same one. So now we are reusing the cart totals. And we're going to start with the setup where basically I just want to create the checkout form component. And then I want to import checkout form, section title, and cart totals in the checkout page. I also want to grab the use selector because at least my approach is going to be following where if the cart is empty, then I'm going to display just a title where I'll say that your cart is empty, just like we have in a cart page. And only if we have some values, then we display rest of the components. And once we have the initial setup in place, after that, we're going to work on restricting the access to the page. Because keep in mind, just because we're hiding this link in the nav bar doesn't mean that the user who hasn't logged in yet cannot access the page. Nope, we can still do it. So that's something we're going to fix in the following video. So for starters, we want to create that component, the checkout form. This is where we'll have all of the logic. So checkout form JSX. Let's go with the component. I guess let's set up the heading 1 again with some massive text. So 3XL, for example. Then we definitely want to export that. So copy and paste. Let me select these two, and we're going to go with checkout form. Let's save it here. Then we want to navigate to the checkout page, correct? We want to grab those imports, and you know what? Let's speed this up a little bit. Let me see, where's my solution? So I'm going to take these two things. I want to grab the use selector and rest of the components. And then for starters, let's access the cart total. And if it's nothing there, basically if it's empty, then let's just return a section title. And in order to do that, we just want to come up with some kind of variable. In my case, that's going to be cart items. We're going to use selector. As a side note, of course, you can use the cart items array as well. That's definitely an option, but in my case, I'm just going to go with state. Then I'm looking for cart state and then dot, and we want to access the cart total. I believe that was the property. Hopefully, I'm not making some kind of bug right now. And then we want to go with cart total. And essentially, we're just going to check, or I'm sorry, cart items, my bad. Let's go, or you know what? Let me just type this one as cart total as well. Why not? Again, you have multiple approaches. So in this case, we're going to go with cart total equals 2. And if it's equals to 0, then basically we want to go with return, then section title, then text, and we're going to display your cart is empty. Let me actually test it out right away. So let's navigate over here. I'm going to open up right now the local storage, and I don't want to remove everything. Pretty much, I'm just going to select my cart and I'm going to refresh. So I can still access the checkout page, but the response should be your cart is empty. That's correct. So now let's navigate to 1 or 2 products. Again, doesn't really matter what. So let's go over here with some, I don't know, 10 items, for example. Why not? We'll have more values, and then let me add 1 more product. So let's navigate back to the products. We're looking for this one, and then maybe this one is going to be 5. And once I have some products in the cart, let's take a look at the checkout. Now I nicely display my heading 1, and essentially we just want to add more logic, where we're going to return a fragment here. And we're going to go with, again, section title. In this case, we're going to set up a text, and it's going to be place your order. And then after that, we're going to go with a div, and we'll right away set up that grid layout. Now, in this case, we're not going to wrap it in separate divs because essentially it's going to be equally divided. So what am I talking about? Well, there's going to be a div. We'll add some margin top right away. We'll say grid. We're going to add some gap. And also, once we get to the medium screen, we're going to go with grid columns, and we'll set it equal to 2. And then I want to place them as item start. So by default, it's stretching. And essentially, I just want to place them on top. So in here, we want to set up 2 components. One is going to be the checkout form, and the second one is going to be the cart totals. And as a side note, of course, cart totals is the component we already created. So essentially, we don't need to do anything over here. All of the values are nicely provided. So now we just want to restrict the access and then complete the checkout form functionality. All right, and as far as restricting the access, setup is actually extremely straightforward. So remember, each and every page gets the loader, correct? So if I'm going to go here with export const and then loader, now, as always, we can set it up async. So let's say if you're checking for a user on a server somewhere, of course, you're going to make the request. Now, in our case, well, we don't really need to do that. So effectively, we set up this loader over here, and then we check for the user. So if, let's say, there is no user, what do? Well, then we direct the person who is visiting the site to some kind of resource. Again, this is totally up to you and your project. So in my case, I'm going to navigate back to the login page, but you don't have to. Now, again, $1,000,000 question, how we can access the user in here, because we cannot use the use selector. It's not going to work. And just like in the previous setup, we simply need to go back to app.jsx and we need to pass in the store. And since I know that it's going to be the case, I'll right away also set up my loader to be a function which returns a function. So I'll go over here and I'll say, yeah, I'm going to access the store, but then from the store, I'll actually return a function like so. And again, if you're doing that checking in a server, you'll have to set up the request. And therefore, of course, this is going to be a sync. Now, in our case, that's not the case. So now let's just return null so we don't have any bugs. And then let's navigate back to app.jsx. And essentially, we want to grab the loader. So this is going to be coming from our checkout. So we're going to go with checkout loader. And as far as the pages, we're going to go with the checkout. So let me properly set it up. Checkout, and then where we have the checkout path, we also want to add the loader. We want to set it equal to a checkout loader, but let's not forget to pass in the store. So now back in the checkout JSX, we can grab the user from the store. So we can set up the condition, and essentially in order to access the user, we want to go with store. Then it has the method of get store. We want to invoke it, then dot. Then what is the state value? It's a user state. And then more specifically, we're looking for a user. And this is where we set up the check. I'm going to go with if there is no user, then we want to redirect and set up the toast. Now we do need two things. We need the redirect and we also need the toast. So let's hope that the auto import is going to work. So if there is no user, let's grab the toast. In my case, I'm just going to set up the warning. As always, you can pick whichever toast you want, and I'll simply provide a message. You must be logged in to checkout. And as far as this condition, I want to return the redirect. So let's find it here from React Router DOM. And then where do we want to go? Well, I'm going to point the user to the login page. And as far as default one, yep, we're just going to go here with the null. So now let's navigate back to our project. Of course, everything works because we have successfully logged in. But what if, let's say, I'm going to log out? Okay, for some reason there was an error. We'll probably see why we have that in a second. And now let's just try to access the checkout page in such manner. Notice now we have the error. So let me fix this, but the functionality should work. So store get store is not a function. Okay, it looks like there's a bug. And of course, this is not store. My apologies. It should be state. That's why it's always useful to log stuff, but you know what? It is what it is. So let me try one more time. Notice now I properly display. And we're actually here in the login one. So now let's navigate back. I guess I'm not going to log in this case. Let me just try to go back to my homepage, then / and checkout. And notice if I'm trying to access the page and if I'm not logged in, then I'll be nicely directed away from the login page. So even if for some reason the checkout page is displayed in nav bar, which of course is not the case in our scenario, the access is still restricted, which of course is super, super awesome. And what I really like is that, at least in my opinion, compared to the previous React Router versions, this one is just more straightforward. Again, maybe the gotcha here is that we still need to access the store. So therefore, we need to have this function that returns a function. But in general, let's say if you have the user on a server, I mean, it's as straightforward as it gets. In a loader, you make the request, you check for user. If the user doesn't exist, that's it. We're done. We're just navigating away to a different page. And with this in place, now we can start working on the checkout form component. Okay. And just like previously, whenever we need to start working with some kind of request, we want to do two things. We want to check out the API documentation, and we also always want to test it in the Thunder client. And as a result, it's just going to be much easier when we need to implement the functionality in our code. So for starters, let's navigate back to the API documentation, and we're looking for create order. Now notice, this one is the authenticated request. So what it means is we will need to provide a header, more specifically the authorization header, and we'll need to provide the bearer token. And the syntax is going to be following where we want to go with bearer, then space, and then token. Now in our case, where is that token located? Well, in two places. It's actually located in the state, and as so on, let me just log in as guest user. I mean, the setup is going to be exactly the same. Notice we have it in the store, correct? And of course, we also have it in the local storage. So if I take a look at the user, all the way somewhere here, I should have this token. So that's the one we need to send back with this request. Let me tell you right away, since it's a restricted route, if this value is not present, or let's say it's an old token or something along those lines, we will get back error response. Now, as far as what we need to provide, well, take a look. So the syntax needs to be following. First, we need to provide data. And yes, that's what the server is expecting. So we need to go here with data object. And in there, we have quite a few things. Now, while we're testing in the Thunder client, I'm just going to copy and paste this. Please keep in mind that based on a token, that's the user we're going to use. So this data could be literally anything you want as long as you provide the correct properties, for example, numbers and all that. But in general, it's going to be attached to the user based on the token. Now, as far as this example code, why it's so useful to take it from the docs? Well, because you don't have to retype everything from scratch. Again, please keep in mind that in our application, the cart items is already dynamic value in our state. So simply need to access it and set it equal to cart items. As far as our checkout form, there are two values we're going to grab, the address as well as the name. And then the rest of them are going to be coming from our state. Again, two major things. We need to have this data object, and in here we'll set up all of these properties. And yes, all of the properties need to be present. And second, we need to set up that bearer token. So I guess, you know what? Let's just navigate back, and first let's set up here everything in the Thunder client. So it's going to be a post request, and as I don't actually skip an important part, the URL is API orders. That's the one you're looking for. But again, the request is post. So slowly, let's set it up. I guess I'm going to use this login user. So let me select this one. Let me duplicate. So this will be my copy. Let me right away rename, and I'll say create and then order. Okay, good. So this will be my request. It's a post request, but we're not looking for the auth. So in here, we're looking for orders. Yep, that's the one, API and then orders. Then as far as the body, let me just grab that example over here. So I'll right away copy everything, copy and paste. So this is what we are sending. Notice the address, again, cart items. I'm just hard coding here, but of course it's going to be coming from our state. Then this is going to be charge total and then order total. Now the difference here is that this value we're providing for the payment provider, and then this one we're just nicely displaying how much was the total. And last but not least, in order to complete this request, we do need to provide the token, because at the moment, if I'm going to send it, notice I'm actually going to get back 403. So I'm not allowed to make such a request because I'm not providing the auth. the way I'm going to do that, I'm going to navigate back to my login one. Let's send it over here. We want to grab this token right now, and we want to navigate back to create order. So notice here we have this auth, and we want to go with bearer. And essentially, it will right away set up the proper request. Now, in our code, of course, I'll show you how to do that. In here, you just want to go with auth, bearer, and you want to provide the value. So now when we make the request, check it out. So this is going to be a successful response, where essentially we just get the info about the order. So notice how I'm changing the name and the address on a server, because again, I don't want someone to come here and just add some nasty stuff. Just please keep in mind that if you log in, not as a test user, but as a regular user, it's not going to be the case. Of course, you'll see your own values, whatever you provide for the address and the name. But if you log in as a demo user, then yes, I will restrict that, since I don't want someone to come here and just leave something that is offensive, because later we will access this data in the orders page. And once we can make a successful request back to our server and create order, now we want to start working on the checkout form component. Okay, and as far as the checkout form component, first let's set up the form as well as the proper action. And in the following video, we'll complete the functionality. So for starters, I do want to go back to my README, and essentially I want to grab all of the imports we're going to have in checkout form, just so we can speed this up a little bit. Let me navigate back to my checkout form. We want to copy and paste. And yes, in order to access the state values, what do we need to do? Well, we need to set up an action which returns a function. Why? Well, because in the app JSX, in a second, we're going to pass in the store. And since we already did that a few times here in this project, I believe, for sure once, I'm going to right away set up everything. So I'm going to go with export const. I'm going to call this action. It's going to be looking for the function and essentially a parameter of store. And then from this function, we're going to return another function, which actually is going to be async over here. And then as far as the logic, like I said, we're going to work on it in the following video. For now, I simply want to log the store and pretty much I'm good to go. Now, of course, we do need to import that in the app JSX. We're going to do that in a second. So in here, as far as the JSX, we want to go with the form. This is coming from React Router DOM. As far as the method, we're going to go here with post. And please keep in mind that basically the way React Router works, since this component is located in the checkout page, that's where the request is going, unless you change the action, which we're not going to do in this project. So in here, let's go with class name, then flex column. And then we also want to provide a gap, a vertical gap, which is going to be equal to 4. Now inside of the form, we want to go with heading 4. Let's add some classes. I'm going to set up font medium. Then also let's go with text extra large. And we're just going to say shipping information. Now I do want to, I guess, capitalize everything. So let's capitalize it over here. After that, we want to display 2 form inputs. As far as the values, let's go with label. And I'm just going to say first name. And also we do want to provide the name, and this is super, super important. And we want to set it equal to name. Then type of such input is going to be equal to text. Let me close it. Let me copy and paste. As far as the label for the second one, it's going to be an address. And then the same value is going to be over here for the name. So we'll have it as an address, and then text, of course, is going to be our type. And then lastly, we want to go with the div with the class of margin top equals to 4. And we want to set up the submit button. Then let's add some kind of text over here. And I'm just going to say place your order. So once we have this one in place, now we just want to navigate back to the app JSX and pass in a store. So this is something that's really, really cool, where you don't always have to set up your actions in the actual page. Of course, you can set it up in a component. Just make sure that you import from the component and then add it to the main page. So in here, we want to go with import. Then same deal. We're going to go with action as, and let's just call this checkout action, because why not? We have already a checkout loader, so we might as well can use that as well. And then we want to look in the components. So this is going to be a little bit different, where we're looking for checkout form, and we do want to pass in the store. So let's find our checkout page. And then as far as the action, we want to go with checkout action, and let's pass in the store. And if everything's correct, once I click, I should see basically our state in the console, correct? So I'm going to navigate over here. I pretty much have nothing in my cart, so let me just quickly add something here. Yep, we're good to go. So this is going to be our cart. Now, of course, we can navigate right away to a checkout as well. I just want to showcase that, yep, that's how our cart is going to look like. Notice over here, then we can click on proceed to a checkout, and we navigate over here. Now let me open up the console, probably make this one smaller a little bit. And then once we place the order, if everything is correct, I should see my store in the console. And if you have the same result, now we can move on to the next step and complete the create order functionality. Okay, we have the entire setup in place. So now let's just complete the functionality. So we want to go back to our checkout form. And instead of just logging the store, we want to set up the request back to the server. For starters, as always, we want to access what? Well, we want to grab the form data, correct? And that is located in the request. And we nicely want to access the form data. And then from there, we're going to get both values. So the name and the address. So I'm going to go over here with const and form data. I'll set it equal to my await. Then we're looking for request dot and then form data. Let's invoke that. And after that, we want to access both the name and address. Now, since we're going to be constructing a bigger object, I'll actually use such approach where I'm going to go with name and address over here. And I'm going to set it equal to my object, then dot, and we're looking from entries, and we want to pass in, of course, the form data. So the only difference, previously we were always using this object. What we're getting back now, I'm destructuring these two properties, the name and the address, because we'll be constructing something bigger. After that, we also want to access the user. And where is that located? Well, remember, we have access to the store. We want to go with the store, get state, state, and user. And also, we want some values from the cart. More specifically, cart items. So that's going to be our entire cart. We want to grab the order total, and we want to get how many items we have in the cart. Basically, num items in cart. So I guess let's start with the user one. So user is going to be equal to store dot then get state. In this case, not store like I did previously. Then user state, and then dot and user. So that's the first thing. Then second, like I said, quite a few things from our cart. So we're looking for cart items first. Then we want to also grab the order total, then comma, and the property is num items in cart. And all of that is equal to store, then dot. We're looking for get state again. After that, we want to go with cart state. And then at the very end, we have, or I'm sorry, my bad. Actually, all of the properties are coming from there, so we don't need to add anything. And now let's construct that info one. So what are we building over here? Well, let's go back to create order. Essentially, we want to set up such object. Now, data will actually add in the custom fetch. So this is totally up to you. Of course, if you want to set up the entire thing, above the custom fetch, you can definitely do so. In my case, I'll basically create this object over here and I'll set it equal to data. Just make sure when you make the request, yes, the property name needs to match exactly. It needs to be a data. That's just how the server is set up. So in here, let's go with const info. So that will be my nested object in that data. And in here, one by one, let's just add those properties. So I want to have name, address, and the property on a server we need to add is charge total over here. Notice this one. And I'm going to set it equal to my order total. So let's go with charge and then total. Let's make sure that the property name is exact. And we want to set it equal to order total. So this is going to be in cents again. This is for our payment provider. Now there's also the order total, which actually is equal to, and now we want to format the price. Remember, we have that helper function and we want to pass in the order total. So pretty much we're reusing this value twice. So once we set it up as charge total, and then order total is actually equal to format price, and then we provide that value. Then we provide those cart items, like I mentioned before, and then we also have num items in the cart. And if you take a look again to the request, you'll see the same properties. So that was my intention. Then once we have this in place, now finally we can set up the request. So we're going to go here with try catch, correct? And now let's use our custom fetch. We're going to look for response as always. And this is going to be equal to await, then custom fetch, then dot, and again, post request. And as far as the URL, we're going to go with orders. So /orders. And now we want to set up a few things in there. So the second thing is the data we're sending. So I'll set it up as an object. And yes, the name is going to be data, like I keep repeating, and I'm going to set it equal to info. So that's the data we're sending. And lastly, since this is a restricted route, we want to go with headers. And then inside of the headers, we need to set up the authorization header. And then as far as the value, we'll use template string since we'll pass in the token. And we want to go with bearer, then space, and then we want to access the user. So that's why we're accessing this user value. And remember in there, the property name is token. So this should do it. If we're successful, what do we want to do? Well, for starters, we're going to clear the cart, correct? Second, we want to display toast success or place successfully. And then lastly, we want to redirect. Now there's also a chance for error. And of course, we'll need to take care of that as well. Now, before we do any of those things, why don't we set up following code? For starters, I'm going to go with null, and I simply want to see whether we're successful. And as far as the response, the only thing you need to look for is this ID. So if this is increasing, that means that we are creating new orders. If not, then of course we're going to have probably some kind of error. So we'll still return null over here, and we're going to go with log, and let's just look for error. Now, as a quick side note, again, I'll probably repeat myself, but it doesn't really matter what you type over here if you have logged in as demo user, because those values are going to be modified on a server. And since I mentioned that quite a few times throughout the project, I don't think I need to go with the whole speech again. So we go here with whatever we want to type, and then we take a look at the console, place your order. And again, if we see 200, we are in good shape. And we can definitely test that if we take a look at the order ID. So in this case, it's 193. So now again, if I make another order, this should be already 194. So the functionality works. So now we can go back to our project and essentially just complete the entire logic. So in here, let's go with store. And then we want to, again, dispatch an action. Which one? Well, we want to clear the cart. There's really no need to keep the cart data if we already made a request, correct? Then also a toast is useful. So we're going to go with success and order placed successfully. And as far as the return, we want to go with the redirect, and we're going to redirect to the orders. So the moment we make an order, we create the order, we nicely navigate to the orders where we can see all our orders. So let's go here with redirect / and then the orders. So of course we haven't set up this page yet, only the basic return, and that is something we're going to work on a little bit later. So in here, let's keep that console log for the error. Let's also construct that error message. But you know what? I don't want to do all of that typing. So let me look for one of the pages. I believe we use the same thing in the register. So basically, let me just borrow these 3 lines of code, and we're just going to change the message over here. So back in the checkout form, copy and paste. So yep, we're still returning null. And if there is no error in message, we're just going to type there was an error placing your order. Now it looks like I made a tiny bug. I didn't place everything in the catch. So let me navigate back. Yep, now it's nicely sitting in my catch block. And with this in place, we're done with the checkout page. And up next, we're going to start working on the orders page. All right, so we can successfully complete our order. However, since this is an authenticated request, we also need to take care of the auth errors. So what am I talking about? Well, let's imagine we navigate to the checkout. We have some values in the cart, so we're good to go. And we simply forget or just don't want to add the first name and address. So we'll make a request. Notice over here, we're going to get back the 400, and it's clearly going to say, hey, please provide the name value. And I purposely set up such approach on a server where essentially every time there's going to be some value missing, instead of just saying general, hey, listen, the values are missing, I'm providing specifically which value is missing. And hopefully, as a result, it's going to be easier to troubleshoot if you have any bugs in your code. This is a side note. So what I'm trying to say is if you make this request without providing the first name, the address, or any of the values that we set up in the info, we're going to get back 400, which is a bad request. So what do we need to do? Well, we need to provide these values, correct? All of them. Now, there's a difference though. What if, let's say, the user nicely logs in, but then comes back to the application, I don't know, 3 years later? We still have this user in local storage, but the token that the user has actually is going to be invalid. And in that case, the server is going to send back the 401. So it's invalid token. Now, in order to demonstrate that, I'm going to go back to our application and I'm going to mess up the bearer token. So yes, since there's a user in the local storage, of course, there's also a user in the state. And since there is a user in the state, the current user gets access to the checkout page. However, when the request is made, that's where it turns out that the JWT is invalid. And as a result, we get back a different response. We get back 401. And in order to demonstrate that, I'm just going to navigate back to our checkout form and I'm just going to mess with the property. So yes, the exact property name is token, but I'm just going to go with tokens, which essentially is undefined. And let's see what we're going to get back as far as the response. So I'm going to provide both the first name and address. I'm going to make an order and notice now I have missing or invalid credentials. And at this point, actually, I just want to navigate the user to the login page because he or she can sit here all day long and they won't be able to make the proper request. So there's only one small change we need to make. Notice over here in the catch, instead of returning null, I'll actually check for 401. Again, please keep in mind that there's a huge difference between 400, which essentially is a bad request, but when it comes to 401, it's actually unauthorized error. And in that case, at least in my opinion, we need to take a different approach. So here in the catch, we want to go with another condition right after toast. And we're looking for error dot, then response, then dot, and status. And if the status is equal to 401, then we want to redirect the user to the login page. So let's go with return, then redirect, and we're going to go to a login page. Let's save it over here. And now if everything is correct, since I still have the error in my code, once I make the request, notice now I have missing or invalid credentials. Now, if you were following along, please make sure that you go back and fix it. Otherwise, later on, you might have some unnecessary bugs. So you're looking for this user and token. And with this in place, now we can finally start working on the orders page. Okay. And once we're done with the checkout page, now let's start working on the orders page. Now, when it comes to orders, it's the same deal. It's going to be a protected route. Essentially, when we make a request, we'll also need to provide our token. And as always, we want to start with the docs. Then we'll set up the example in the Thunder client, and only then we'll move to the code. So for starters, let's navigate over here. Once we get here, we're looking for get all orders. And essentially, the URL is /API/orders. And again, we need to provide our token. So we go with authorization, then bearer, and then token. And if everything is correct, we're going to get back data, essentially info on our orders. Now, I'll purposely use the demo user since there's going to be a bunch of orders, and a little bit later, we'll actually set up a more complex pagination. So I also suggest you do the same. So once you have everything in place, then you can switch to your actual user. But while we're creating the orders page, my suggestion is to use the test user or demo user or however you want to call it. So let's navigate back to the Thunder client. We're looking for collections over here, Comfy Store. I think I'm just gonna use get all store product. So let me make sure I duplicate. Then let me make sure I rename the correct one over here. So I'm gonna go with get all orders. And as a side note, while I was developing, I was actually placing in parentheses which one is authenticated and which one is not. And that's also something you can do. So I'm going to go over here with get all orders. It's a get request, but of course it's not going to the products. It's actually going to the orders. Let's try to make the request without bearer token and check it out. We're going to get back 401. And now let's just log in just to make sure that our token is valid over here, like so. Then let me copy this and also show you what kind of error we get if, let's say, the user exists, it's in a local storage, but the token is invalid, like we just covered when we were creating orders. So let me navigate back over here. We're looking for auth, then bearer, and then we want to enter the token. So I send over here. And like I said, when it comes to the test user, there should be a bunch of orders over here. Now, if I'm going to go here and mess with the JWT, so again, imagine the scenario. The user is in the local storage, but when we make the request, actually the token is invalid. We send it over here and notice this is going to be equal to 401. Now, as I'm looking at it, actually, you know what? Before we start coding away, let me make one change in our application. So now let's navigate to checkout page. And remember when we were checking here for the status, or I'm sorry, you know what? We're looking for, I believe, checkout form. Basically, I'm looking for this response status. Here's the deal. Not only we're looking for 401, but I'll also add 403. So 403 if basically the token is missing altogether, and then if we get, let's say, invalid token, then we're going to get 401. So this is a tiny addition I'm going to make. And of course, I'll make the changes in the README as well. And with this in place, I believe we are comfortable with making a request, and we can start working on our orders page. Okay. And once we're comfortable with the request, now let's start working on the actual page. And as far as the first functionality, I want to set up the loader. In the loader, we'll need access to the store. I want to check if the user exists. If there is no user in local storage, then we direct to the login page. And also I want to grab the params and right away make the request. And then from the loader, I want to return orders. And I also want to return a meta information, since of course we will set up the pagination functionality as well. Now, in order to get started, we want to create the component. And this is where effectively we're going to render all of our orders. So in my case, I'm going to call this orders and then list JSX. For now, just a basic return is going to be good enough. To tell honestly, we're not going to render it in this video anyway. So let's just go over here with text for Excel. I just want to set up all my imports correctly. So let me go here, copy and paste. I want to select both of them, and let's just call this orders and then list. After that, we want to basically grab all of the imports. So in order to speed this up, I'm just going to navigate to README, and we're going to set up this one in a second, the loader. For starters, this is what we want to grab in the orders. And of course, we want to set up our loader, I guess, first. So let's just navigate to the orders page in here. Let's set up all of these imports. And then let's right away set up the loader. Let's right away set it up as a function that returns a function, since we already know that essentially that's the deal if we want to pass something in. And then we'll start working on the actual functionality. So in here, let's go with export const loader. So like I said, function that returns a function. In here, I'll have access to the store. And yes, the second one is going to be the async. And yes, we will access the request, since we'll need to get params. Now, why do we need params technically, even though we're not going to be passing anything in? Well, we'll use it for pagination. So even though we won't provide them like we did in the products page, we'll still add the query params, more specifically our pages. So in here, as far as the function body, we just want to make sure we return something. So return null. And now let's quickly swing back to app JSX, look for essentially our imports. And we're looking for loaders in this case. It's not going to be a checkout. We're going to go with orders loader. And this is going to be coming from the orders page. Then we want to look for our page somewhere here in the children. I think it's over here. Yep. And then remember, we're looking for loader. We want to set it equal to orders loader. And then we want to pass in the store. And you know what? In order to be on the safe side, I do want to log it actually. I don't want to set up the entire logic and then run around like a headless chicken, because let's say something is missing. So I want to go over here to the orders. That's my page. At the moment, anyone can access it. And in the console, I should have an object. And of course, I have a bunch of useful things in here. And if you have the same result, then we're moving in the right direction. So for starters, let's restrict the access. Something we already did for the checkout one. So I guess let's start by setting up the user. That one is going to be equal to store get, and we're looking for state, and then more specifically user state, and then more specifically we're looking for the user. Now, if there is no user, what do we want to do? Well, redirect, correct? So we're going to set up our condition. Inside of the condition, I'm going to go with toast and warning. Again, this is totally up to you. And we're just going to say you must be logged in to view the orders. And then as far as what we want to return from this condition, we're going to go return, redirect. And in my case, I'm going to point the visitor to the login page. Then we already did this before. I want to grab all of the params. So I'm not going to go over this step one more time. Basically, we want to set up the params. Then we want to go with object, then from entries. And essentially in here, we have an array. We want to spread out everything. We'll pass in the new URL over here. Then inside of the new URL, request URL. And then we want to look for search params, dot, and then entries. And we want to invoke it. Again, this is going to be for our pagination. So we're not going to be passing any query params like company or anything like that. No, this is strictly for the pages. Now, can you get it manually? Absolutely. But since we already know what the code is doing, I mean, we might as well use it, correct? So in here, let's set up the try and catch. We want to go with some kind of response. So pretty generic. We're going to go with await, then custom fetch. I'm going to go back to good old get, even though that's the default. And I have been actually using default. But in this case, I'm going to go back to get. Then we want to go with URL. So in this case, it's going to be /orders. And then remember, this is a restricted request. So we need to pass in both. We first need to pass in the params, our pages, and also we want to go with headers. And then headers is going to be an object. And in here we go with authorization. We set it equal to. Make sure that you have all the spaces and the words set up properly. So we're looking for bearer and then space. And then we go over here with user and we want to use the token over here. After that, as far as the return, we want to go with orders and we also want to go with meta. And essentially, just like previously, we're looking for response data.data and then data.meta. And you can always actually check it out over here as well. So I need to set up the proper JWT and notice over here. So I'm going to have response.data, data, and then also response.meta. So those are the two things we want to pass in. So still within this try block, we're going to go here with the return. We're looking for orders, and then we want to set up response data.data. Now, why it's so important to keep the same structure? Well, like I mentioned previously, we are going to be reusing, for example, in this case, the pagination container. And remember that pagination container is looking for meta property from the loader. So yes, it's very cool to use the use loader in any of the component that you have in a page, but just make sure when you reuse it to keep the same structure, basically the data you're passing down. And in here, we're going to go with meta and we're going to set it equal to response, then data, and then meta. Now, when it comes to the catch, I'm just going to speed this up a little bit. Basically, I'm going to take it here from the checkout board. It's going to be the same idea. So yes, we'll log everything. We'll set up the error message. We're going to set up some toast as well. And then if we have 401 or 403, then we navigate back to the login page. So let's navigate back over here, copy and paste. And I guess I can remove this null over here. Now, since we're not going to be setting up any kind of JSX, basically in the next video, we'll start working on that. I also want to quickly just log whether I'm getting the correct response. Again, I don't want to go too much up front and then realize that, I made some silly bug. And it looks like it's working. So I'm going to have the data and I also have the meta, and those are the two things that I'm passing down. And with this in place, now we can move on to the next step. Okay. And once we're done with the loader in the orders page, now let's start working on the return. And effectively in the actual page, first I just want to check whether I have any orders. Now, if the orders total is less than 1, then I'm just going to return the section title and I'll say, please make an order. And of course, if we have orders, then we'll return something else. And essentially, there are a million different ways how we can check that. We can look for orders and we can also look for meta. And just to spice things up, I'm actually going to look for meta. And I'm going to say that it's equal to use loader data over here. And then we're going to set up the condition meta, then pagination, and then we're going with the total. So if the total is less than 1, then we're going to return the section title. And if not, then we're going to return something else. So let's go here with our component section title. And as far as the text, I'm just going to go with please make an order. Now, in order to test it, we'll just have to log in with the user who hasn't made any orders. I think that's going to be the easiest one. And I don't want to do that right now. So let's just keep working on the request. So in here, let's set up the fragment. We're looking for the section title. As far as the text, in this case, I'm just going to go with your orders. Let's close it. Then we want to go with the orders list. a component we set up in the previous video. And then I just want to showcase that right out of the gate, if we return all of the proper properties, basically from our loader, our pagination is going to work. Now, there is a big gotcha. We will set up a different pagination because you'll see that we have tons of buttons. But notice, I didn't do anything. I just provided the data, and I actually have right away a pagination in place. And yes, it works. Now, of course, there is an issue. As you can see with orders, we have tons of them, and therefore we're going to work on different solution. But again, my main point is following. If you return the same data from the loader, you can nicely reuse the components all throughout your application. I know that it's probably annoying to some people that I keep repeating that, but I just find it extremely powerful. So now let's navigate to the orders list, and we want to grab some imports. So, you know what? Let me just utilize the README here. We're looking for use loader data, since we want to access the orders as well as the meta. And I also right away want to access the day.js. And essentially, this is an awesome library if you want to format the date. Now, since I want to set up a specific format, not only I get the default export from day.js, but I also grab the advanced format and I extend it. Again, the reason why I'm doing that is because later I can set up my custom format. Technically, you can skip the second part and then just use the day. Now, if you want different format, please reference their docs. Just look for day.js npm and you'll find a bunch of info. So, you know what? Let me just grab these lines of code since I want to save myself some time on typing. This is what we're looking in the orders list. And after that, I'm actually going to use the table element, which is coming from the Daisy UI. So let's start over here by accessing the orders. So we're going to go over here with const orders. Then we're also going to grab the meta and we'll set it equal to use loader data. And as far as our return, let me just start from scratch. We're looking for a div, which is going to have a margin top set to 8. Then we want to set up some kind of title over here. Let's add right away some classes. We're looking for margin bottom equals to 4. We want to capitalize this text right away. And when it comes to the value, we're going to go with total orders, then colon. And now I want to access the meta, then pagination, and I'm looking for total. So meta, then pagination, and then total. Then we want to go with the div, which is going to have overflow x auto. And again, this is where we're going to actually set up that table. So for starters here in heading 4, let's set up the div with overflow and we're going to set it x to auto. So essentially we can always scroll through and we want to go with table element and let's add some classes over here. So we're looking for table and table zebra. So essentially there's just going to be different styles in here. For starters, like with any table, we want to add the table heading. So in here, let's write head. And we're looking for this element. So table head. And we just need to come up with the columns we're going to have. So for starters, I'm just going to go with name. And as a side note, you know what? Actually, I need to place this in a table row. So tr. And then we go with table heading. Now the second one is going to be address over here. Then we're going to go with product. And as always, you can provide more or less info. This is totally up to you. I'm just going to showcase how we can hide and show specific columns based on the screen size. So again, one more table heading. In here, we're going to go with cost. And then at the very, very end, we're going to go with the table heading. However, I'll right away add the class name. I'll say that on a small screen, basically on a very small screen, it's going to be hidden. And then once we get to the actual small screen, 640 pixels, that's when we're going to display the date. Again, this is just to showcase that we have tons of options. Please keep in mind that you technically don't need to add this extra CSS. And right after the table heading, we want to go with table and then body. In here, we want to iterate over the orders. We want to map it over, and then we want to set up our function. We're looking for the order. And then as far as the return, well, we're going to return the table row over here. And then inside of it, again, we're going to have some table data. Now, in order to access that data, we need to do some logic. So for starters, I'm just going to look for order ID. And as always, you can log what you're getting back. And you know what? Actually, I'm going to do that. So let's go with log order. And then in here, let's just write single order. And if everything is correct, we should have 10 of them over here. So notice this essentially is going to be our table. And then if we take a look in the console, I mean, it's complaining that we don't have those unique keys. Don't worry, we will set it up. Essentially in here, we have the object. And more specifically, we're looking for attributes. And in here, we can find the address. We can also find what is in the cart. Now, I'm not going to add it in this project, but please keep in mind that you can make it even more complex, right? I mean, sky's the limit over here. We're just going to stick with displaying the basic info. So let's navigate back over here. So first we're grabbing this order ID. Okay, that's good. Then we actually want to go with the structuring syntax, and we're looking for name, address. We also want to add num items in cart. Then we want to get the order and then total. And we also want to access created at. Now, all of that is located in the order, then dot. And like I just showed you, we're looking for attributes property. Let's save it here. And before we render, let me also showcase how we can format the date. Because for now, if we go over here and if we look at created at, you'll see that, the format is not the best one to showcase to the user. So if we navigate to the console over here, again, we have those keys. Notice this is going to be the default created at. And that's why we want to use that day.js. And in here, we're going to do more logic where date is equal to, then we invoke day, which we imported. We pass in the created at, then we change the format over here. And then in my case, I went with following format where I'm going to set up the hours. I'm also going to set up minutes. Then I'm going to go with AM or PM, then hyphen. Then we'll provide 3 letters for month. Then this is going to be day. And as I said, note, we don't have a comma here. And then we'll have 4 letters for the year. At least that was my approach. So for the table row, we want to add the key. So finally, let's add that ID. And then one by one, let's set up the table data. So first one will be equal to name. Then let's copy and paste. I believe there's, 5 total. So let me check. Yep, I have all of them over here. Second value is going to be the address. Then we want to access the num of items in the cart. So num items in the cart. Then we want to grab the order total. And then lastly, this is going to be hidden just like I have over here in the table heading. So in here, I want to showcase the date, but again, it's hidden. And then once we get to the small screen, it's going to be equal to a block. And then of course in here, I want to pass in that formatted date. So let's navigate right now to the browser. If everything is correct, we should have no issues. And we shouldn't have any warnings. And as I said, I have somewhere over here a log, which I don't want to use. And check it out. I have all my orders. Now, let me take a look at the time. So notice this is 4 in the morning. And let me right away make an order. So I'm going to navigate back. I'm going to look for any of the products. Let's check it out over here. Let's see what we've got in the cart. So total is 1,126. So let's go to the checkout. Again, since I'm using demo user, it doesn't really matter what you add over here, as long as you provide the values. If you won't provide the values, then of course there's going to be a 400 response. Now let me place it and check it out. Notice over here, this is going to be my latest order. And of course, this will be the actual time and date. And with this in place, we're technically done with the orders page. Now we just want to work on more complex pagination, because probably displaying 300 buttons is not going to be the approach you want to take. Okay, and now let's work on the complex pagination. Now, I can tell you right away the good news, and it's the fact that we can reuse a bunch of the stuff we already set up in the pagination container. So most of the logic is actually going to stay the same. For example, we won't change anything when it comes to the next and pre buttons. And we also won't change anything when it comes to the handle, page change, and all that. The only difference when we're iterating over, we're not going to display all of the buttons. Essentially, we will check whether that is the first or the last or the active button, and also we'll return the 3 dots. So for starters, we want to go over here to components, and let's create a new one. I'm going to call this complex pagination container. Now, of course, if you're not happy with such long name, you don't have to use it. Just remember which one you used. So complex pagination container. And like I just mentioned, pretty much this is going to be almost the same setup. So I can nicely go to pagination container, copy and paste. And now I just need to go to index and set up the export as well. So let's go here. Let's select the order list, and we're going to go with complex pagination and then container. So now where we have the orders, instead of the pagination container, we want to change it around, and we're going to go with complex pagination container. And the same deal over here. So we're going to go with the complex pagination container. And now let's do everything step by step. So my apologies if I'm going to be a little bit slow. So let's navigate to our component. And as a note, you know what? Just to stay consistent, I'll actually change the name, because why not? So we'll still access the meta, and we'll also look for the page count and page. However, we won't construct the pages such way. So we won't need this logic. And also, we will keep this, and we'll keep the page count. So if there are no pages, well, there's really no point to display them. So for starters, let's just remove these few lines of code. So we won't use them over here, but let's not touch anything yet in the return. Now, where do we want to change some stuff? Like I said, when we're iterating over the pages, we won't use such approach. However, I still want to use this code over here. So we'll still have a function which creates the button, and we'll kind of do it manually. So for starters, let's create that function. So somewhere here, again, doesn't really matter where, whether that's before handle, page change or not, we basically want to set up the add page button. So let's go here with add page and button. And essentially it's a function that's looking for 2 things. It's going to be looking for the page number, and it's going to look for active class. So page number, at least that's going to be my variable. And second, we're going to look for active and class. And those are the things that essentially we will pass in. I mean, technically you can say manually. Now from this function, what do I want to return? Well, effectively I want to return the same button. But again, notice we're not iterating over the list anymore. Why? Well, because for starters, there is no list, correct? So now we want to take this button over here. Let's just make it easy. Let's not type everything from scratch. We're going to set it up over here, and we just need to make sure that we're invoking the correct parameters. So key is equal to page number. So that's good. We don't need to change that. On click stays the same. And as far as the classes, we just want to check whether the active class actually is present. If it's present, then we'll set up these classes. If not, then we're going to go with empty. So instead of page number equals to page, let's simply go with active class. And again, the logic stays the same. So now I can save it over here. For some reason, it's complaining. Oh yeah, I have, of course, the bug where I have the pages. So now right after that, we want to set up the render page buttons function, which for now is just going to return empty array. So how is that going to look like? Well, we're going to go here. We're going to go with const, then render, page buttons. Please, that's going to be my function name. And then for now, we're just going to go with const page buttons. It's going to be empty array. And essentially, we want to return the page buttons. So now let's navigate over here where we have the error. And again, please do it in between the prev and next. So these two buttons with the entire functionality, they stay. We're not touching them. We're not changing the logic. Pretty much the logic is going to be the same. Again, we'll set up the search params, we'll navigate, all of that stays the same. What we do want to change here, where we have the pages, again, a list we don't have, we want to change it around, and now we want to invoke render page buttons. And yes, I know what you're thinking. Well, wait a minute, we have empty array. Well, eventually we'll set up the logic. So now let's save it and let's just check what do we have over here. So let me refresh, and if everything is correct, I'm just going to see these two buttons. So all of that is good. That's exactly what we're looking for. And if you see exactly the same thing on a screen, we're moving in the right direction. So now let's navigate back to our project. And essentially, all our logic is going to be over here. So again, everything else stays the same. We're just going to focus on this render page buttons. And essentially, I just want to manually add the buttons that I'm looking for. And this is the case where you can set up tons of variations over here. So for example, in my MERN course, we added extra buttons. So let's say there was an active one. We also added one before and one after. In this project, I'm just going to add technically 3 of them. So there's going to be first, there's going to be the last one, there's also going to be the active one, and also we'll set up the dots. Now, one important thing before we begin setting up the logic, please make sure to keep an eye on the order. Order over here is super, super important because again, we're doing pretty much everything manually. So let's start over here. Let's just set up our first button. So I'm going to add a comma, or I'm sorry, I'm going to add a comment, and I'm going to go with first button. So let's go with page buttons. That's my array, and I want to go with push. Now, what do I want to add to this array? Well, I have this function which creates a element, correct? Which creates the button element. So here's what we can do. Inside of the push, we can go with add page button. We invoke this function. This function is going to return the element. We place the element over here. We return it, and then guess what? Since we invoke render page buttons, of course, we display those buttons. Hopefully, I made sense. So let's go here with the object. And what do we want to pass over here? Well, it's the first button, correct? So what is going to be the value for the page number? Well, let's go with 1. Then, second value, active class. Well, I only want it to be the active class if the actual page is equal to 1. Now, where I access the pages? Over here, meta, pagination, and I also have over here the page count. So if the page is equal to 1, this value over here, then yes, of course, this button is going to have the active class. Hopefully that makes sense. So let's set it equal to 1. Let's save it, and now check it out. Yep, we have the button. Because of course, we have the first page. Now, if I'm going to go over here, notice how it's not going to be active anymore. So we still display that button, but since we're on a page 2, it's not active anymore. And also notice how we're adding them manually. So just because we're on page 2 doesn't mean anything. We're just displaying that first button. That's it. That's all we're doing right now. So now let's right away also set up one for the last button. So in here, the logic is somewhat similar, but of course we just want to provide different values. So you know what? Let me just copy and paste, and I'll call this last button. So I'm going to go over here with last button. And as far as the page number, well, that is actually going to be equal to the page count. So how many pages I have. Also, when it comes to the active class, I'm going to check whether the page is equal to page count. So if they're equal, then of course this is going to be the last button. Now, since I have 18 pages, check it out. Now I have the button with the value of 18. So if I navigate to page 18, guess what? This actually is going to be active as well. Okay, so we have the first and a last And now let's start working on the current page. So essentially, this is going to be that active page. And for now, I'm not going to add any conditions. I just want to showcase the issue we're going to face. And then, of course, we'll fix it by setting it up in the condition. So in here, let me just call this active or current page. It doesn't really matter. I'm just going to go here like this. We want to go with page buttons. And you know what? I think it's going to be faster. So let me copy and paste. And essentially, when it comes to the page number, we're going to set it equal to page. And then when it comes to the active one, I'll right away go here with true because, well, that's going to be our active page. So now let me go manually back to, let's say, page number 1. And notice over here, now I have 2 of them. Why? Well, because I have the first one and I also have the active one. And the same is actually going to be for 18. Now, if, let's say, we go to page 17, everything's correct. Or 16 and pretty much everything all the way up to 1. But for the first one and last one, we technically display 2 of them. So it kind of makes sense for us to set up the condition where I'm going to say if the page is not equal to 1 and if the page is not equal to the last one, basically the page count, only then I want to display it. So how is that going to look like? I'm going to go with if, then page, not, and we'll set it equal to 1. And also, so let's go with and operator. We're looking for page is not equal, and we're looking for page count. And of course, now I just want to place this inside, and everything is going to be correct. So now, once I get to the last page, that's it. I only display the last one. All right, and at the very end, let's add the dots. So essentially, it's going to be a button that doesn't do anything. So we're just showcasing that there are more pages in between. Just like with the active one, let me just add both of them. There's going to be 2 of these dot buttons without any conditions. We'll see the issue, and then of course we'll go back and we're going to fix it. Now the order is super important. Make sure that it's sitting in between the first one and the active one over here. Let me type over here dots, and then we're not going to copy and paste since we're going to provide a little bit different values. So we're looking for push. Then in here, we just manually want to add the button. So we're going to go with our button element. We do want to add some classes here. I'm going to call, again, this join item. Then it's going to be button extra small. And then once we get to the small screen, we're going to go with btn small. Now, just to stay on the safe side, I'll also go with key. And I'm just going to go with dots and equals to 1. And as far as the actual value, I'm just going to pass in 3 dots. So this is going to be our first. I'll call this empty button. Maybe it's not correct, but hey, you know what? It is what it is. And then this is going to be the second one. So we'll just add over here some kind of different key. So let me save it. And let's see our result and what changes do we need to make. And once we navigate to the browser, this is what we're going to see. Now it looks like I messed up on the classes a little bit. So let me just navigate back to where we have the button in the add page button. And let me just use these values because at the moment they're not matching. So let me copy over here as well as the second dots. So now everything should look better, but we have a different issue. So notice how we're displaying 2 of these dot buttons when we are on the first page and also when we are on the last one. And actually what I need is the dot buttons only if we are in the pages between, let's say 17 in this case, and let's say number 3, right? So once I get over here, I don't want to display these dots. I only want to display them if the page value is bigger than 2. So only then I'll display essentially these dots over here. For example, like I have with 3, and then the same goes with the last one. So let's just navigate back. We're looking for the dots and we just want to add the condition. So in here, it's going to be page equals to 2. I'm sorry, bigger than 2. That's what I wanted to say. So only if the page is equal to 2, then I'll add first dot button. Now, when it comes to the last one, I just want to check whether the page is less than page count minus 1. So let's just set up the condition over here. We're going to go with if page, then less than, and then page count, and we're going to go with minus 1. So only then we want to add that, and if everything is correct, this is the look we should see. So once we get to page number 2, we don't display the first set of dots. And then once we get to the first page, we don't display the active button, and the same works over here. If I'm on page 18, we don't display the active one, but of course we still display the dots. However, once we get to less than 17, then we display 2 sets of dots. And with this in place, we're done with complex pagination, and we're ready to move on to the next step. And up next, let's cache some of the requests. Essentially, we want to add React query to our application. And effectively, the goal here is to basically get the response faster. So instead of making the request, waiting for those products to arrive, we'll get them immediately if we already made such request. Now, at least in my opinion, React query is a nice extra and essentially an improvement, but it's not a must, since effectively we already have the working application. So technically, the upcoming videos are optional. If you're not interested, you don't have to watch them. Now, also in this project, we're going to take a look at the approach of using React query only in loaders. So we're not going to use useQuery hook in the component. That's something students have been asking about, so I wanted to provide some examples. And just like always, we want to start by adding React query to our project. Now, I already installed those dependencies, so we're looking for React query and React query DevTools. As far as React query, we want to grab query client and query client provider. Now, when it comes to DevTools, this is the component we're looking for. And then right away, we want to create the instance. So essentially in here, we just come up with the stale time. So let me just set it up over here. We're looking for app.jsx in this case. Yep, this one over here. So we have 2 more imports, and then we want to set up that query client. So let's go const query, then client. So that one is equal to new, and then query client. We want to invoke it. We want to pass in the object. We're looking for default options. And then in here, we have queries. And then inside of the queries, we have the stale time. And in my case, I'm just going to stay with something generic like 5 minutes. Since the value needs to be in milliseconds, that's why we have 1000 multiplied by 60 and then multiplied by 5. And I want to right away wrap my entire application. And also, I want to pass this query client down to all of the pages where we're going to use it. And of course, we'll have to refactor some of the loaders as well. And I'm not sure which one I should do first. You know what? I'm actually going to pass it down as I'm moving through my app.jsx. Then I'll wrap everything and then we'll swing back to the loaders. So we want to add it to landing page. So let's go here with query client. Then also, we want to add it to our product. So over here where we have the product loader, query client, okay, good. Then single product, same deal, query client. And then we want to add it to action over here to the checkout. So this is not a loader. Please keep that in mind. And notice since already in here, the action is a function which returns a function, we just want to go here with comma and then query client. Again, please add it to the action, not to the loader. So eventually we will remove the orders query when we make a new orders. And of course, I'm going to discuss it in more detail once we get here. And then when it comes to orders, we also want to go to a loader. Notice again, same deal. It's already a loader, which is returning a function. So we can simply pass it here. So we'll only need to refactor landing, product, and a single product. And then before we switch over to those loaders, we want to go with our return. Essentially in here, we go with our query client provider. Then we're looking for client prop. This is going to be equal to the query client. Then inside of it, we want to set up our router provider. And then we also want to add those React query DevTools. Now in my case, I'm going to go with initial and I'll set it open as false. So initial is open and we're going to set it equal to false. Let's close it here. Let's make sure that the return is properly set up. Okay, awesome. And like I said, now we want to navigate to 3 pages. We want to go to landing and basically just refactor this loader over here. So this, of course, will still stay as a sink. We don't need to do much, like so. And then we're looking for that query client, the one we're passing from the app.jsx. And then I'm just going to grab this code. And now we're looking for 2 more pages. We're looking for products over here. And basically, I'm looking for my loader first, of course. Now let me save it. And we want to do the same thing where we have the single product. Again, let's find our loader. And we're going to set it equal to our function, which returns a function. And if everything is correct, once we navigate to the browser, we have no errors. So we can navigate around our project and everything pretty much works as expected. And also we right away have those query dev tools. Now it looks like, as always, I messed it up over here. Yep, there's a semicolon. So let me remove this one. And pretty much up next, we can start working on adding React query to our landing page. Okay, and let's start with the most straightforward one, and that is going to be the landing one. Now, why I called it the most straightforward? Because we're not going to pass any parameters. Essentially, we just grab the URL, which is going to be /products and then featured true, and we're good to go. So let's navigate to a landing one. And it's always my preference to set up my query pretty much at the top. Don't ask me why. It simply just makes the most sense to me. So here I want to create the object again. In this case, we're not passing any parameters, so we just need to hard code the object. And in my case, I'm going to call this featured products and then query. So as far as the object in here, I'll have 2 properties. I'll have query key, which essentially is going to be my array. And inside of it, we're just going to write featured and then product. And second, there's going to be a query function. Now, in this case, I'm not going to wrap it in basically a sync await. I'll just set up a function which returns the result of custom fetch. Now, why is that my approach? Because I want to keep this line of code pretty much the same. So whenever we refactor this to ensure query data, I want the response to be the same. Because if I'm going to wrap this in a sync await, my query function, then of course I'll have to start changing code here as well. And it's just my preference. Whenever I'm refactoring something, the least amount of refactoring I can do, well, that is usually going to be my approach. So it's not going to be a query key. We're looking for query and then function. And we'll simply set up an arrow function. Then we want to grab this custom fetch, cut it out over here like so. And now when it comes to response, instead of await and then custom fetch, we're actually going to go with query client, then dot, and then there is this ensure query and then data. So essentially in this method, we pass in our query, which is featured product query, and the result is following. If the query is in the cache and if it's still valid, then we'll right away grab the data from the query. If not, then we'll make a new request. So let me log over here. Let me take a look at the response, and you'll see that pretty much the idea is exactly the same. Now, there's few things that I want to showcase. First of all, is going to be the network request. So the first time I navigate to the landing page, of course, we make this request, but then notice as I navigate around my project, once I go back to the home, that's it. It's done. We're not making that request. Why? Well, because it's cached over here. If we take a look, I have my featured product. That's my query. So we have nicely cached it. And pretty much now every time I come back to the landing page, I'll right away immediately get my data. And then if we take a look at the console, let me close this one, we'll notice that the structure is the same, correct? We get back the object. In there we have data. And that's why, again, we don't have to refactor anything after that. All of the logic we set up to this point, we don't have to change it. And that is usually my approach. If, of course, I can refactor in such a way. And with this in place, now we can move on to our second page, and that is going to be single product. Okay, and up next, let's work on the single product page. And in here, we're gonna take a step further, and essentially we're going to pass in the parameter in our query. So this is going to be a bit more complex, and then the products one is probably going to be the most complex one because we just have a bunch of parameters. So for starters, let's navigate to a single product. We already have the query client. All of that is awesome. Now let's set up our query. So as far as the name, I'm going to go with single product and then query. And in here, I'm going to be looking for ID. Why? Well, because pretty much each and every product has the ID. And when it comes to request, this is what we're doing. We're grabbing the param over here. And of course, we pass it into a custom fetch. So essentially, this will be a function which returns an object. Now, what kind of object? Well, the object with query key and query function. So again, this is a little bit complex where in here, well, there was no parameter. So we simply set up the object and basically we just passed it here in ensure query data. Now in a single product, this will be a function, which essentially is going to be invoked. And then in here, of course, we'll pass in the params ID. Now, as far as what we want to return, like I said, it's going to be an object. We want to go with query. Now, as far as the key, I'm going to go with single product. However, please keep in mind one super important thing. We do need to add that ID to our query key. Otherwise, I mean, they will all be treated as one query. So pretty much the moment you go and look for the first product, you'll get that back. The moment you look for second one, you'll still get back the first one because, well, technically, I mean, it's in the cache. So in here, we want to go with single product, then let's add a comma and then the ID. So this will be the product ID. Now, second, of course, we do want to set up our query function, query and then function. And as far as the value, well, again, we want to take this one out, correct? So let's cut it. This will be our arrow function over here. And then let's set up our custom fetch. It's not going to be equal anymore to params ID. Since we're not going to be passing in the entire params object, in here we simply want to change it to ID. So if everything is correct, effectively we have query key and we also have the query function. Let me just reformat it so I can see it. Yep, looks about right. Okay, good. Now we want to go to where we have the loader. And again, same deal. We want to go await, then query client, then dot, and then same method, ensure query, and then data. And now, like I said, we want to go with single product query, and we want to pass in the params ID. So that will be our ID. And now let's go to a browser and let's check it out. So let's navigate over here. Let's refresh. I have no bugs, at least at the moment, which is always a good sign. And same deal. So let me just make my console a little bit smaller. We're looking for network requests again. So this is going to be for featured. Now I'm going to go for product. And then let me just start with this one, and then I'll take a look at the second one. So I make the request for product whose ID is 19. Okay, good. Now let me go back to the product, go with this one. So I have a request for 12, but then what is going to happen once we go back to the product and then go back to the first one, check it out. We don't make the request. Why? Again, it's nicely saved in our cache. So in here we have featured product, we have single product 19, and we have single product 12. And as a result, essentially, every time we'll look for those specific two products, yes, of course, we'll get them immediately, which is always super awesome. Okay, and up next, let's work on the all products query. And like I said, this is going to be the most challenging one because we have quite a few params. And here's the deal. Yes, pretty much every time we have a parameter, we do want to add right away to our query key. Why? Well, because that way we can ensure that as those params are changing, we're still caching the request. Now, also, we need to take into consideration one thing. Remember, when we initially just navigate to the products page, we don't have any params. And this is also a request that basically I do want to cache. And therefore, in here, we're going to use this nullish coalescing operator. And as a side note, in the README, you can find more info about it. Effectively, it works similar to OR operator. The difference that it's only checking for null and undefined values. So essentially, if search is null or undefined, then we go here with this empty one. Same goes for category, company, and rest of them. And effectively, the moment we navigate to the product, if we don't have any params, this is what we're doing. We're just setting up some kind of query for that initial page load. Now, when it comes to query function, I mean, it's pretty much the same. The difference, of course, is that now we're looking for this ensure query data. So now let's navigate to our pages, more specifically products one, and now let's set it up. So let's start with that all products query. So const all products, and we're looking for query over here. As far as the parameters, we'll simply pass in the query params. So maybe it's not the best parameter name, since essentially I'm referencing the query params, but and you know what? Yeah, let me fix it. So I'm going to go here with query params. That's going to be my parameter. Now, as far as the logic, I actually want to destructure them. So one by one, I want to grab the search, category, and rest of them, and all of them are coming from query params. So let me just go one by one. We're looking for search. Then we want to get the category. After that, we want to get the company. Then we want to get the sort, price, also shipping, and then lastly, we want to grab the page. And once we have this one in place, after that, let's return the object. And in here, we want to go with query and then key. And like I said, we want to set up our array, but we do want to add all of those values. And I'm not going to repeat why it's so important for us to do that. Now let's use that to question mark operator. And basically, let's set up those default values. So next one is going to be category. Again, same deal. And as far as the default one, in this case, I'm going to go with all, correct? Then we actually want to go with comma. We're going to look for company. Again, same deal. We're going to go with our operator, and we're going to set it equal to all. Let me save it. Nope. Didn't get the new line, unfortunately. Then we're going to look for sort. Again, our operator, I think I'm going to go with A to Z. That's going to be my default one. Then when it comes to price, remember everything is in cents. So we need to add quite a few zeros. I believe I went with 5 of them. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, good. And then shipping, we'll set it equal to false. And then lastly, page by default is going to be equal to 1. So that's our query key. Okay, awesome. And then we're looking for query and then function. And same deal. We want to look for our custom fetch. We just want to cut it out over here. We want to set up our arrow function like so. Okay, good. Now there's no need for the semicolon over here. And now let me look for my loader. And essentially we want to go with our query client, then ensure query data. Yeah, this method, I mean, writing it and pronouncing it is probably not the easiest thing for me. And essentially in here, we want to go with our, what's the name? All products query. That's the one that I used. We want to invoke it. And here, yes, we'll basically pass in the entire params object, which essentially we reference over here as the query params. So now let's test it out. We're going to navigate back. As always, I'm just going to show you in 2 places, in network requests and also in the React query DevTools. So for starters, let me refresh. And it looks like I have an error. Params is not defined. So let me navigate back. Of course, yeah, in here, I just copy pasted. So it should be params equals to query params, since I used initially the param name over here. And with this in place, now let's navigate back to the browser. and let's test it out. So for starters, again, let me open up the network tab just so you can see the request. So we make this request over here, and then we go to, let's say, tables. We make that request, but if I switch back to all, notice we don't make the request. And as a result, the user experience is better. All right, and up next, let's do the same thing with the orders page. But in this case, I can tell right away that there's going to be a bug. So at the end of the video, I'll show you. And then, of course, in the next video, we're going to fix the bug by adding a few more lines of code. So for starters, let's navigate to the orders. Same deal. We'll pretty much want to set up our function. In my case, I'm going to call this orders query. So const, and then orders query. And that one is equal to our function. In here, we're going to look for two things. We want to grab the params. Basically, we just want to access the page. And also, let's grab the user for a few reasons. For starters, we want to grab the token, which of course we'll use to make the request. And also, we're going to add the username to our query key. So let's go here and let's set up return. Again, we're looking for query and key. So that one will be equal to our array. As far as the name, I'm going to go with orders, then comma. And of course, in here, you can use the user's ID as well. And normally, probably this is what you're going to do. I just find it useful that I have two users with pretty simple usernames. So I have a demo user and I have James1, I believe. And in my opinion, it's just easier to show the setup that way. So let's go here with comma, user, and then username property. And then I also want to add the page. Now, please keep in mind that initially we'll have the situation where the page effectively is not there. And therefore, we want to check for params.page. And if it's there, then we want to parse it. If not, then we're going to set it equal to 1. So in here, let's go with params.page. So essentially, if it exists, then we're going to go with parse integer. Remember, it's coming in as a string. And we want to go with page, and then we want to set up 1 as our default value. Now, when it comes to the query function, let's set it up here as well. And essentially, we have our arrow function, and we just want to look for that custom fetch. So this one over here, you can pretty much just cut it out. We won't have to change anything. Again, same deal. We're looking for orders. We pass in the bearer. And of course, we grab the token here as well. So where we have the response await and all that, we just want to go with our query client. However, I didn't access it, correct? So remember, in the loader, we already have a store. So now we simply want to grab the query client. And then same old method. We're looking for query client, ensure query, and then data. We want to pass in our orders query. We want to invoke it, and then the first thing is the param, and the second thing is actually our user. Now let's test it out. Let's see whether everything works. And also, before we actually move on to the browser, I want to add here optional chaining. There might be some instance where you're getting the Axios error, and in that case, there is no status in the response, and therefore you might get a bug. So let me just copy this. We want to set it up here in the orders. And remember, we also did the same thing in the checkout form, correct? We were checking for those two statuses. So again, just a tiny addition over here. So let's navigate back right now. I'm going to log out, and let me just start everything from the scratch. So let me refresh everything. We want to go and sign in. We're going to go as a guest user for now. And if we take a look, notice we're going to have 219 orders over here. So first, let's see what happens if we log in as a James user. So let's go back. Let's sign in. Now, this is the case where usually I actually would add those default values if I need to type a lot. So hopefully I'm not going to have to do it too many times. So let me go here with my awesome password. log in. Let's navigate back, orders, and now I have 3 orders. So successfully, notice how we're caching, right? But check out the username. Since these values are changing, actually we're getting orders that are associated with the correct user. Now, to tell you honestly, in the next video, we'll actually add a functionality to a logout where we just wipe out all of the queries. And as a result, we won't even have to worry about the fact that maybe potentially the following user can see previous users' requests. But I'm just showing you that with our current implementation, this part actually works as expected. Even though, again, in the following video, we will remove all of the queries, since I want you to know how to do that. Now, here's the big gotcha. Let me, again, log out, sign in back over here. Let me go as guest user, since there's going to be more orders. Let me just navigate quickly to the products over here. And then let me first take a look at the last order. Notice, actually, it's $202.99. So let me just make sure that I have different value, since that way it's going to be easier to see where's the bug. So in this case, I'm just going to go with 20. I'm going to go with some ridiculous amount. Then I can right away go to a checkout and notice our total is around $4,000. So let me just provide again some values. Let's place an order and notice something interesting. We don't see that latest request over here. So I still have this 202. Why? Well, because we have cached, correct? Our request to the orders with page number 1 is actually cached. So in the following video, we'll take a look how we can fix such bug. Okay, and once we're familiar with the bug, now let's see the solution. So essentially in the checkout form, when we make the request to add a new order, basically when we're creating the order, we also want to remove the query. More specifically, we're looking for the orders query. So if we're successful, if we create a new one, we remove the previous queries. And then once we navigate back to the queries page, we'll actually get the latest data. And also, this is totally optional, but I did want to showcase how to do that. We can go to a header, and when we log out, effectively, we can just remove all of the queries. And here's the deal. In this case, since essentially this is in the application, we don't need to pass it through the loader. So this is the case where we can right away just implement the hook, since again, we're working inside of the component, and then we can just invoke it when we handle logout. So I guess let's start with the logout one. So I'm just going to navigate to the header. I'm looking for use, I believe it was query client hook. So that's the one we want to use. And essentially we first want to set up the instance. In my case, I'm going to call this query client, and we want to go with use query client like so. Let's invoke it. And then when we set up the logout, we'll go with query client and then remove queries. That's it. So if we don't pass anything in, essentially it just removes all of the queries. Now after that, let's go to the famous checkout form. First of all, let's access the query client, something we passed in from the app. Then let's keep on moving, and we're looking for the response. So if we're successful, before we clear out the cart or after, essentially before we navigate to orders, we also want to use the query client, and we want to remove a specific query, and that is going to be orders. So we go over here, we go with query client, then we go with remove queries, and we want to pass in the orders one. Let's save it, and now let's test it out. So essentially, I want to refresh. I want to start from the scratch. Let's navigate to the products. Again, let me pick one of the products. It doesn't really matter which one. I think I'm just going to stick with this product. Again, right away, we can go to checkout. We're looking for $100. This will be my request. Let's place it in order. And if everything is correct, notice we will see the latest order which means that, of course, our functionality works as expected. And then if we take a look at the dev tools, once we log out, notice we pretty much wipe everything clean. And with this in place, we have successfully added the React queries to our Comfy store loaders.